fall of the Crimson Pulley. So this fortress is kind of a completely different thing than what we were just doing. Chat, does anybody need a tour of Mothfall? Question mark? We'll do one anyway. Mothfall. Mothfall is kind of the polar opposite of Long Death. Long Death is, you know, that keeping the fort alive for a bajillion years, etc. It was already dead before Titans. I mean, yeah, duh. We are right here. A little tiny flashing X in the middle of the screen right there. Right? Yeah, that. Right over here is Hot Beards, which has 750 dwarfs in it. Hot Beards is which actually went up. In fact, I think they're still under siege. Yeah, they're still under siege. They've been under siege for a while. Hot Beards was my previous fort. So shout-outs to Hot Beards. And another fort that we did in this world is this one up here. Over here. This one. Umber Bulwark. Which is also a pretty fantastic little fort. Which I kind of partially flooded, so it got... it expired quicker than I expected. We've also done a couple of adventures in this world, and the whole point of this world is we are trying to rebuild our faction, the Crimson Pulley. This fortress itself, Mothfall, is a multi-layered little fortress, kind of working its way up. So we have this top layer up here. This is like as high up as we've built. This is, I think, our temple / library. I think it's mostly our library. Yeah, that's our library. This is some bedrooms, and then down here is the tavern / temple. Upper half of this is temple, and lower half is tavern. More bedrooms, and that's basically the bottom of it. It's a very surfacey fort. The whole point of this fort is to be kind of a military outpost thing that we can easily run adventurers through. This is some storage that we just built. And if we go a little further down, a little bit further down, it goes all the way down to here, where I'm digging stuff out, and we can seal this off if need be. And we have this little walkway that goes over here. Now, you might be wondering, why is there's this weird stuffs over here? Well, it's because there was a giant ball of mud that was shooting a poisonous smoke that came out of the caverns, which we have access to via here. This stairwell right down here just goes straight down to the caverns. There's nothing locking it, and no, I'm not going to lock it. The whole point of this fortress is to let things that are fun happen. So if fun is available, damn it, I'm just going to let it happen. So there was a forgotten beast that walked out of this cavern lair that was expelling toxic gas that, well, to put it bluntly, made you stop breathing immediately. So that was not good for my dwarves' health. Anyway, they killed an entire squad of dudes, and then we proceeded to just hide inside while it sat in a tree in the far end of the map. And then a siege showed up, at which point I was trying to build a little bridge, which was this, so that would allow me to redirect the siege over here. It ended that the siege ended up leaving before I had this little bridge done. However, the beauty of it is that right as the siege was leaving, I finished the bridge, and a couple of the goblins ran over to this side. While they were over here, the Forgotten Beast spotted them, and this is its body right here. Bloblet, this thingy. It saw them, jumped down from the tree it was in, and ran over, but died in the process. Like, literally, it falling out of the tree killed it. It literally fell out of a tree and died to gravity. But the problem was, like, none of us could touch it because, like, you'd get into, like, smacking range of this thing. It would just output this gas. You'd get dizzy, disoriented, and start vomiting and be unable to breathe. Like, literally, that was the immediate effect, was loses ability to breathe. And they just suffocate. Everybody suffocated. Nothing survived getting within, like, spitting distance of this thing because it would just go... But because it's a ball of sludge, it was literally a ball of mud, the slightest pinprick would kill it. So it falling out, it literally was like sitting up in this tree. Like in these trees up here. Oh wait, maybe this was it. Yes, that was it. That was, or rather the other one. Yeah, no, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong corpse. It wasn't that. It was this. And so literally jumping from up here in the tree. See, these are the things that it pulled up. Like it pulled these goblin corpses up here with it. Literally from going up here in the top of the tree to down to the ground to back up in the tree, killed it in the process. And the The description of it dying was it collided with an obstacle. It didn't even, like, go into combat with anything. It just collided with an obstacle and died. So that's the most recent event that's happened in this fort. We're now cleaning up from that mess. In fact, something I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go chop down that tree and pull those bodies out because, frankly, I think that not that my dwarves deserve better, but, like, we deserve to not have to stare at the fucking thing forever. So we're going to go kill that thing. As far as named dwarves in the fort, we have Darren, Letharticus, Stone, Nox, Pink Fluffy Llama, Meg, Aquasar, Cussy, Hatchington, King, the Space Disco, Fox, Reza, Dark Side, of course, Freeways, Mark, and I think that's pretty much it. A lot of people died in this fort. So if you'd like a dwarf in this fort and you don't have one, or if you heard your name called and would like to see how your dwarf is doing, give me a shout. But that's this fort. So currently, we are in a mad dash of getting stuff back inside the fort, getting resources back inside the fort, and keeping everything stockpiled. And because you commented on the location for the map, this fort actually gets its name from a elven adventurer that I had who was riding a giant moth who drowned in a waterfall near here. So I've dubbed the place Mothfalls, just because it seemed fitting. Absolutely, any kind of dwarf you'd like in specific. I got a little bit of everything. We got 75 dwarves. The cap is 90, I think. So I got wrestlers, swords, dwarves. I got kids. I got lots of doctors. I got a bunch of other things. I also have a chameleon person. I've got 2 chameleon people, actually. They were both adventurers. You're good with whatever? How's a... this dwarf sound? Aerith, who is missed. That isn't funny. You clearly missed the punchline. Ha! I'm not funny. Anyway, let's scroll down. She is 122 years old, born on the 4th of Limestone in the year 54. You don't seem to have any family in the fort, but you are related to Amateur. Amateur is one of your nephews, who's a dwarf from a previous one of my forts. You're also related to, I think, the deceased Waffles, who made the waffle bat in the previous fort. You do have a cousin in the fort, who's almost, and your cousin is also Tail Grand Master, and your other cousin, Pink Fluffy Llama, is in the fort, and your lover, Zephon, does not live here, unfortunately. You worship several deities, of course, the deity of song and inspiration, the deity of crafts and metals, and the deity of mountains, the deity of creation, birth, rebirth, and death. And you have an apprentice who doesn't live here, and a former master and a former apprentice, and some friends. No pets or anything. Her nose is extraordinarily... I'm sorry. Your nose is extraordinarily broad. Her hair is extremely dense. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her head is somewhat narrow, making up for her very broad nose, obviously. And her heliotrope eyes are slightly rounded, and her ears have small lobes. Her hair is gray with flecks of black, and her skin is dark peach, and her left lower arm bears a short and very straight scar. Aerith, Mist, likes kaolinite, sterling silver, gold opal, citron, wood, and green glass, and giant ibex horn, backpacks and tables and llamas for their jutting teeth, and ratmen for their playfulness and the sound of the embraces of satin. You personally respect flower. You respect flowers. You respect power, and you dream of crafting a masterwork someday. She is often envious of others and often feels discouraged, and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to think before acting and is quite polite and does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and is generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And tagged with a narrow focus on the current activity. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and generally... I keep losing my spot. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She has little interest in joking around and does not try to get things done perfectly and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. You are untroubled after staying occupied. Welcome to the fort. So, we had some weird situations happen, specifically with my military, which I think has mostly been resolved at this point. But the weird-ish situation is people kept getting captured. In fact, some of them are still there. 3 of them are still there. Inul, Nil, Bloodcat, and Servesh. These are all my dwarves. I'm going to let them train a little bit more, and then we're going to try and release them again. That fortress that we were invading there has, I think, like something like 5,000 trolls in it. So we're going to go after them again, but we're going to do that after I've sieged, like, Plague Flicker or some of these, like, maybe like Menace Visions, one of these smaller locations, because it is kind of a... What squad are you in? Freeways. Actually, I'm just looking at Freeways as combat skills, because I want to know... Actually, I think I need to leave miscellaneous, not combat on. Competent ambusher. All right, what squad are you the captain of? I think you're the Impervious Sax. Yes, this checks out. The Impervious Sax. Well, the Impervious Sax clearly need 2 more dudes in it. It's easily under pressure. But yeah, chat, if anybody else would like a dwarf, or if you have any questions about the current fort, just give me a shout. Looking for... Doctors often end up being good military dwarves. The mastering a skill has a strong sense of duty. Yes, please. Join the Impervious Sax. Got 1 more spot available there. Check this surgeon. Oh, also, this person, this human scholar who lives in our fort, is here because they were a political prisoner from the goblins who we freed. And they joined the fortress for the reasons of asylum. So... But yeah, Clino, I think the way I'm going to post my stream on the subreddit now, and I know that you're just like, post it every day, but I think probably what I'll just do is post it on Tuesday. Because I'll be streaming DEF today and tomorrow. Maybe Thursday too. Also, tomorrow's supposed to be, should be a news day, shouldn't it? Since they've swapped over to Wednesdays for some silly reason. I hope that, get that earlier in the day, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh, damn. We're saving. Winter has arrived in the calendar. This fortress has 3 seasons. We have wet season, dry season, and winter. We don't really have seasons here. No, it's really. Yeah, the one thing that I really need to figure out today is just what I'm going to do this evening. After we're done with dwarfs. As a wise man once said, post every day. I don't know. I always have to look. What? To see that if you've posted every day? Or if I have to post it every day? Hey, Gristeth. It's good to see you. Sup, sup. YouTube is taking a really long time to load. I'm trying to load YouTube in the background. It's like refusing. Thanks, YouTube. But what's up today, Gristeth? I can ask. We just loaded up this fort after playing Long Death for, fuck, I don't know, 7 hours? 6 hours? Probably actually closer to 5, I think. Oh, you don't know? Well, wait, you don't know what day Alexandra updates stuff? Well, she sent me a DM a little while ago saying that they're swapping to Wednesdays, and there wasn't one last week, so. That would lead me to assume that there's one today. Not much just got back from work? Hell yeah. Well, I hope it was a good day at work. You're on your way out the door. Happy dwarfing. Don't hit the door on the way out. Everybody say goodbye to Clino, our friendly local dwarfy mud. You're back for real this time? Well, that's good. It's better than being back for fake. You want to be extravagant. You want to pray. You want to be around people. You want to be extravagant. You want to pray, and you want to be around people. Let's give you an occupation. You're going to be a tavern performer. Go be around people. So who knows? This is true. I guess I should DM her. We can thank Meth for that one, unfortunately. Let's forbid this and crush some stuff. But cheers, Clino. Needs refined coal. Right, yeah, I need to do that in this fort. I want to say... Right. Where did I put that guild? Oh, right, yes. Okay, so this is a guild hall. Yes. I'm working on making this better, which is why I need lead statues. Right. It's that feeling when you haven't played a fort in like 5 days and you're like, well, what was I doing here? Yeah, no. Also, this fortress is a little bit laggy, and that's just kind of because I got stuff everywhere with not a huge amount of logic behind it. This dwarf is a novice swimmer. You just gotta say, give me Dwarf, and then maybe, like, tell me what job you want. We got tons available in this fort. Like, I got military, I got doctors, I got children, I got crafters, farmers, smiths, I've got stone workers. I only have one woodcutter, so that's a limited commodity. Love this little waterfall over here. These pesky trees that keep growing right next to my walls. Just paperwork kills you. Good thing. Good thing you're good with your hands. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, also, this is where we put the bodies from all the dwarves that have died. Fortunately, not that many have fallen down the waterfall yet. Do you hate wall trees? I only hate them when elves climb over them and into my fort. Although I think I might just use the existence of these walls trees as an excuse to build a tower here. I was kind of thinking about doing anyway. Build over top of the wall trees. Military dwarf? Hammer, wrestler, or swords master, or recruit, or mace lord. We got a few. Although most of them are using hammers. Except for the swords dwarves, obviously, and the mace dwarf. Really good with making sure that nothing gets contaminated. Well, that's good. It's generally an important part of that job, I would think. You want to be the recruit? You want to be Aban? The most likely to die currently? All best of luck. Aban. Space. Pirate. Aban says, heart is life. Yet you're in the military. Life is pain. She is 57 years old. Was recently 55. And is a worshiper of Stuhl, the superior covers, who of course is a deity of the Crimson Pulley. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with victory, war, and fortresses. Well, that's good. You have a pet turkey gobbler, and you're you have a your only kindred spirit friend doesn't live here. Adil lives elsewhere, and you're friends with several dwarves. No family, though. Strange. Her heliotrope eyes have very large irises, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her somewhat broad ears are extremely tall, and she has a prominent chin. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. No kills. She likes bismuth, nickel, tapazolite, sailfin, molly, bone, cotton fabric, picks and leather armor, and hatch covers, and yaks for their shaggy hair, and the words of the orbs of meditating, and the sound of the adorable lark. Am I the only person who thinks that, like, dwarven descriptions almost sound like poetry, or is that just because I read it so often? Anyway, and the sight of the wondrous lark. The adorable lark and the wondrous lark. You like larks. Larking around. Goddamn larkers. She personally hates oysters and prefers to consume giant cave swallow, perch, and custard apple cider, and maize flour. She has a strong sense of duty, though she finds this can conflict with her sense of independence. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she doesn't experience strong cravings or urges, lives a fast-paced life, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She has a tendency to go towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and can handle stress. She does not find being out. She chews her lips when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Sounds like purple prose. I don't even know what that means. Or genuinely, I have no idea what that means. Hold up. I just noticed a problem. You're going to have to bear with me for a second here. Hold up. I am removing pixels. There we go. That seems better. It's going to take a while of balancing to get that perfect, but... Like mostly the oscillating inflections you apply to reading the paragraphs makes it sound poetic. Is it? Oh, maybe. It's like it's not actually poetic. It's just me reading it well, basically. Read self-examination might help. Man. I think we need to give this book to every single shitty boss on Earth. Written on the item is an essay entitled Self-Examination Might Help. Authored by, I don't know how to pronounce that, Gio? Crest Rushed. Concerns the value of introspection. The writing has a very serious tone. Overall, the prose is passable. I think everyone's boss needs to read this book, chat. You are beyond me with the language talk. I have no idea what any of that stuff means. Oh, it's Alt-C. As when a write uses overly florid details to describe something that goes into a lot of detail with description and can also described as thesaurus puke. You know, I would absolutely describe a lot of the writing in DF as thesaurus puke. That's a good term. I like that. Overly complicated words that don't really mean much. You'd give it a listen. There is a Caves of Cud VOD from a while ago, Space Pirate, where I think it's called the something reader, but in that VOD, I literally read a 64-page long procedurally generated book of word salad. So it's like 4 hours of me just reading nonsense, like absolute nothing. Like nothing happens in that entire book. It is just complete nothing for like 4 hours. So if you really want to hear me read word salad for ages, you can just watch that VOD. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yes. Found it. It's a 7-hour-long VOD, but it's not just me reading. Just the majority of it is me reading. Also, apparently, for some reason, this VOD has had 1,600 views. A lot of people have watched that VOD. There. Well, there's the link. But, yes. So, I have done stuff like that. I mean, there's been a couple points in my life where I've kind of thought about maybe looking into reading some and supplying my voice to those public domain audiobook libraries, because there's a few of them. Just books that are in the public domain. And you can just go read them and upload recordings of them to practice reading or recording or any of that stuff. I've thought about doing that a couple of times, but I've just kind of never had time. Maybe I do actually have time now. It's just like I've had people ask me in the past to make YouTube videos of me reading creepypastas, but it's also something I've just never really gotten around to doing, because I do like reading creepypastas from time to time. Granite. So this fortress is a lot of... How do I explain this? This fortress is a lot... is going to just be a lot of little skirmishing. And maybe sieges. And hopefully some Forgotten Beasts if they show up. But I need them to show up to be able to, you know, fight Forgotten Beasts. And hopefully unexpected fun. Unlike Long Death, where I'm trying to do everything in my power to avoid fun, in this fort, I'm doing everything within my power to cause fun. You would listen to a creepypasta video? You gotta go to bed? Cheers. I mean, I think like probably the first reading video I would do if I were to do reading videos is I would do a series where I read the entirety of Boat Murdered. That's something that I've thrown around the idea for a couple of times, just because it would make logical sense for me to do a reading of Boat Murdered. Fun. Or like other written DF stories. That would make a lot of sense, you know? Let's pull this lever again. A few people have. Not just one person. There's one that's particularly famous, which is probably the one that you're referring to, but a few people have done it. It's definitely not something that is, like, unique. It's just one that would fit my channel, you know? And one that I feel like people would want to hear. Recover wounded. That's not concerning. Who's wounded? Oh, probably King T, actually, because he was fighting with a cave crocodile. Kind of figured he'd be okay, but Hussey is going to go save the wounded. So much blood in this goddamn hallway. Yeah, literally saving... Uh-oh. Reacher is fighting. The human lasher lashes the Reacher in the head with his bronze whip, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. I think that Reacher's dead. Yeah, Boat Murdered is massive. Yeah. You know, it would be real fun, and this is probably not going to happen, so I shouldn't promise anything, but it would be real fun to get, like, all of the DF creators together and do, like, a joint reading session of Boat Murdered for charity or something. The elephants alone made it? Yeah. I would argue that some of Krug Smash's creators are just as cool, if not cooler, than Boat Murdered at this point. Personally, I feel that probably my favorite DF story now is the whole world that had Honeystoker in it. If I had to pick a favorite story, it's probably that one. About halfway through, you just get bored. Got bored with it? Yeah. Is what it is. I mean, it is kind of fan fiction in a way, so. Speaking of, how's that Super Meat Boy soundtrack pressing? Since that finally got pressed, good lord. Elephant Seal Man one? I remember that one, but I don't remember that one, if that makes any sense. Let's use conglomerate. It's fortifications, not floors. So it's a good pressing? I'm happy. I was actually like listening to that soundtrack the other day. For those of you who don't know, I mean, obviously you guys probably know that I have quite a few records. But I've had a pre-order of the Super Meat Boy soundtrack on vinyl for over a year now, I think. And IR Stupid pre-ordered the same pressing, and his copy just arrived. So I'm just waiting patiently till it arrives. Hopefully at some point. I've been waiting too long. I just want it. All I gotta say is that collecting records or having a record collection really makes you realize the value of like 2-day shipping. Because it's like the number of times I bought a record and it's like a year later the thing shows up. Not even like pre-orders at times. Like sometimes there'll be a pre-order and it won't like be super clear that it's a pre-order. So you'll think that you're ordering like something that's out, but it's not actually out. And then like it just takes a year to fucking show up. It's happened to me a couple of times and it's always kind of frustrating. And there goes all the tedious building for now. For now. Should finish up this Doctor's Guild. Mayor's mandated construction of certain goods. A shield. Have anything I can make into shields? Probably. Let's do copper shields and just do 10. I have some new art. Yeah, I do. I got new below channel art. I have I don't actually have an easy way of showing this to you right now. I have this, which is what pops up when the game closes. I have to close the game to show that. And I've got some other things. It's also a new banner, but the problem is my artist Cooler is in a country where I can't actually pay him for more art, so we might have to wait a while. We haven't figured out a solution yet before I can get more stuff, but, you know. Do I have... Okay, who is my chief medical dwarf? Stinthad is my chief medical dwarf. Currently cleaning the patient. Okay, cool. You are doing your job. Yeah, I'm very happy with how it all turned out. Very, very happy. It's just sad that it's going to take a while to, like... Because I also want to replace this and this and make it, like, the new theme. But... you know, haven't paid for anything else yet, so going to have to wait a while, most likely. Although I'm waiting for, in regards to Krug Smash, I'm just looking forward to part 3 of Splatterface to be out so I can just sit down and watch all of them all at once. Because that's how I watch Splatterface. I wait for all of the parts to be out, and then I just watch them all at once. So that's currently what I'm waiting for with Krug Smashy stuff. Is I'm just waiting for Splatterface to be finished. I enjoy watching the annual Splatterface tournaments. Considering it feels like he's just made a full-length movie this time. But yeah, no, it's just kind of frustrating. Need to catch back up on Krug Smash. Yeah, I'm gonna be trying to do that once that, well, like I just said. I'm going to put another, well, let's just put another seed stockpile up here. Yeah, I've been behind on his stuff for a while. I do need to catch back up. Here's the other Chameleon Man. I do actually kind of wonder how long the Chameleon Men are going to live for. I like that this I love this mental image that this... So this Chameleon Man was slender when they first came here. This Chameleon Man is short and just incredibly fat. Short and just incredibly fat. Imagining an incredibly fat Chameleon Man is funny. Like, I can't imagine chameleons other than, like, super, like, spindly. And, like, lean, because that's what they are in real life. But just imagining an incredibly fat Chameleon Man is just really funny to me. It's a very good mental image. Dwarf didn't just fall off the edge, did you? Dwarves really need to, like, you know, stay out of this lake. Or out of this river, rather. But yeah, I've kind of fallen off of a lot of Krug Smash's longer series just because they tend to go on too long. I've actually, like, I think I've rewatched Honeystoker and Monster Killer more than actually watching his new stuff. Not that I don't like it, it's just, it's kind of like I'd rather just go back and hear the story that I like, you know? It's like, when you like you know the little kid in like the who's always just like, Mom, read this one again. That's kind of how I am with Krug Smash videos at this point. It's like I like his new stuff. His new stuff's good, but in fact the art's like significantly better and a lot of that, and the storytelling's better too. But it's like, I just want to watch the old one again. I don't know if anybody else has gotten like that with anything, but I've definitely found myself just watching the old stuff on repeat quite a bit. All right, so we're gonna build a big old overhang here. We're gonna use wood floors. Build in a little circle there. Kind of the same, yeah. Hack down those trees so that I can build over top of this a little easier. So if you're kind of the same with Krug Smash stuff, what's your favorite Krug Smash series then? That you keep going back to? Space Pirate? Or is it also Honeystoker? So plan for this fort, like the main plan is we're going to build a tower on each one of these edges of the cliff. So I'm going to do a tower on the right side of the screen over here, a tower up in the top, and a tower here on the left, and then build walkways above all three, and that's going to kind of be the finishing point for the construction of this fortress. At which point then we're going to really start retiring this fortress. I was kind of thinking about retiring it earlier, but I've kind of gotten attached to it again, and that it has a tendency of happening. Like, I'll just get attached to a fort. So unless like something happens to it where I just suddenly don't want to look at this fortress anymore and it starts to frustrate me, that's probably going to be the long-term. Sweet, my Dr. Guildhall is satisfied. Steel Clutches? Yeah, that one's old. I watched Steel Clutches after Monster Killer. So I watched Monster Killer first, I think. It was like the first one that I saw by him. And then I watched Steel Clutches after that. So. It's taken some time. It took some time for me to go back and watch that one, but it's much more Let's Play-like than his newer stuff. And just keeps steamrolling everything it comes. Yeah, it's like back when he was better or not as good at contorting the game into doing what he wanted it to do, which is what he does now. Back when he was just like, all right, we're going to die, so let's fucking go. Like, it very much had a bit more of a YOLO feel to it, I guess. Greetings, Armor. How is things, good sir? Making charcoal. We haven't even started forging them shields yet. I don't have an armor Might not. I may have lost my armor. What? Chameleon woman? Give you all of these tasks. Charcoal story. Ouch. I said an armorer, not armor. But if you're an armorer named Armor, call me. Like, if you can make me some plate mail, that'd be great. A couple of shields while you're at it. Maybe a few weapons. I think Armor deserves to be gifted a sub for the terribleness of that pun. That's like up there with people with other streamers being like, I'm blind, and then I pop up in chat, no, I'm blind, you're... Then they say their name, and then I go, hi. And they're like, fuck you, man. It's usually how that goes. But like, jokes aside and bullshit. How you doing? I'm trying to like make another pun out of that one, but I can't. I've like run out of ideas. Mind empty. Thoughts are blank. I don't know, man. Twitter has provided me with some great memes recently. Although this one wasn't provided by Twitter, but this is a great meme. I'm just saying. Particularly good. Who dat? It's supposed to be Zelensky slapping Putin, but it's a Photoshop of Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Because Chris Rock made a silly joke about his wife, and he took it way too literally, and then went and fucking smacked Chris Rock. But it's supposed to be Zelensky slapping Vladimir Putin. Those memes are a giant slap in the face. Wasn't much of a slap, but if I'm being honest, like, he could have hit him harder. All right, let's hack down the rest of these trees so that we can build around it safely. That up. A little bit more granite. Surprised it wasn't a sucker punch with a KO. Then instead of like Chris Rock saying, no, I'm not pressing charges, it would be Chris Rock suing him for damages. So I will say the last thing I'm ever going to actually give a shit about is rich man number one punches other rich man for saying thing about rich man's wife. It's like, okay. Cool. Yeah, this checks out. Celebrities being stupid. Who knew? Weird. All right, let's see. I'm just going to find a weaker set of goblin pits. Slap them. 60 Dark Goblin Pits. I'm going to send the Impervious Sacks, which is the squad that I'm training for this. because they have the best commander. What, rich man slaps other rich man? Tale as old as time, I guess. And that squad off. And of course, so the sad part about this is this cat, their old owner used to be part of this squad. Still follows this squad. Rest in peace, their owner. Still follows that squad every time they leave. Bad days. Giant skink. Giant skink misses the stoneworker. The stoneworker punches the giant skink in the right foot, bruising the muscle and breaking the leg. There's a giant skink down in the caverns. That's actually kind of strange. What is giant skink doing in the caverns? Well, all right. Fighting with my dwarves, apparently. You know, looks like they're just beating the crap out of said giant skink while we build this. Also, I did not name my library the House of Knives. They named my library the House of Knives. I think it's too perfect to not keep, so we kept it. Also, the House of Knives is an actual, like, retail knife store, which I think is kind of funny. Although that's not my favorite possible random name in Dwarf Fortress. My favorite possible random name in Dwarf Fortress is it is possible to just generate something called Bulbasaur, because bulbous and soar are both words, and they can be mashed together into one in Dwarf Fortress, so dwarves can say the name of Bulbasaur, which I think is amazing. Just doesn't cut it. It's more of a home run. Was a stretch, but I tried. I like this. Pen pasture. Dog. Putting a dog into a pasture. Where are these? Creep menaces. Oh, the dark human pits. That would be why. Looks like the humans took over creep menaces, the thrifty realms. Need to be careful that I don't accidentally attack the thrifty realms. Why are you writing backwards, Christoph? Help, I'm typing backwards. I could help you by timing you out. Oh, would that help? Or is this that Windows you don't know? Oh, is this that? Because we had somebody in chat talking about this the other day, that there's like a weird hotkey combination in Windows that like flips your typing and you type backwards for some reason. We were talking about this like literally the other day. Someone was having trouble with it. They're like, how did I do this? Now it's working. There you go. Or is it? I mean, it looks fine on my end. I don't know what you did to cause that, but it seems to have ceased. It's a command for Arabic scripts. Is Arabic like read in the opposite direction of like the English alphabet? Huh. Interesting. The more you know. I didn't know that. Hey, Woot Woot. Hope you're doing well. I don't know a lot about other alphabets. It's definitely not my strong suit.
Oh, geez.
Fair enough. I just sent you out on a mission and you came back without any gear, so I'm worried you may have just died. Freeways, thank you very much for the Prime sub for 20th month. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Freeways keeping that Prime sub alive for a 20th month? That's the first resub in 2 hours. Well, actually, 2 hours ago there was a gifted sub, but you know. Big thanks. Hope you're doing well. You're leading this squad, by the way, Freeways. The Crimson Pulley attacked to the glory wickedness at the hate of praises. Menace Visions and the Dwarf Toasted Freeways led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Riddlestead Satiny Sloths. The Goblin... Oh, nope, Freeways outmatched. New hat. Oh, damn, dude.
New hat.
Thanks for the 9th month. Welcome back. Nice hat. Also, that's almost a hype train. If anybody else has a resub, pop it now and you may get emotes. Or maybe not. Toasted Freeways outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Menace Visions. But seems to have, it's gone off to an alright start. It's pretty evenly matched. Pretty evenly matched so far. Nothing real bad has happened for us. I'm just trying to train up this squad as an assault squad so we can try and rescue prisoners. But, like, just to read some of this out. The Goblin's lower lip was torn out. How do you tear out I guess tearing out the inside of a lower lip? Ugh. Goblin Siva's upper leg was ripped. The Goblin Siva's neck was smashed. I think you're dead. Siva the Goblin was struck down by the Dwarf Amost. The Goblin Nearly Torment Moistened was struck down by the Dwarf Lear Spearfaces. Spearfaces is a good name for a combat dwarf. The human Julslish was struck down by the Dwarf Thob. Good job, Thob. The human Eto was struck down by Tosid. Goblin Rilsend was struck down by Ibel. And of course, Freeways struck down the Goblin Nippa. You stuck down a Nippa. Wind Galley. The Goblin Sabush was struck down by Ibel. Not a bad little fight. We did all right. Salt crystals? What about salt crystals? And seriously, to Freeways and Woot, thank you very much for those resubs, guys. You guys are how this weird show stays funded. So cheers. Is that squad will be the hold on. Did you have a seizure or am I having a seizure? Is that squad will the legendary moth from Mothfall? Pardon? Is that squad will the legendary moth squad from Mothfall? Are you asking if that moth is in this squad? Because no, that moth is dead. The reason this fortress is named Mothfall is because the adventurer riding on the moth drowned at the waterfall just off map, slightly north of here, or slightly west of here. That squad will become the melee. I mean, that seems more like a statement than a question, but probably. No more beer for you. Yeah, too much beer for Freeways today, that's for sure. Let's go hit Menace Visions again. We're going to send in the Impervious Sacks, which is your squad, Freeways. If you have a better name for it, Freeways, just let me know. I wonder if the word arrangement triggers burnt toast smells. Maybe just alcohol breath. All right, there we go. Also, these bedrooms along the bottom here can all be made into bedrooms. Also, as of now, I've been live for 8 hours. Oh no, I'm running low on coffee. Might be my last cup of coffee for the day. After this, we're going to just have to swap over to water. How unfortunate. Actually, more like half a cup of coffee. But anyways, Freeways, aside from that word salad, how's your day been? How's the military newbie think of? Military space pirate, you seem to be quite satisfied after learning about dodging. You're lonely after being away from family. It's a pity you have none. Literally can't help you because you have no family, so. Is that how your day's been? It's still not over? That's not a good sign. Like, how's your day been? It's still going. Hasn't ended yet, I don't think. I mean, admittedly, that would be mighty strange if your day had ended, but it also hadn't. Make 10 silver battle axes. Silver is not a terrible material to use for axes. We need more weapons. We also need more axes, so. What? Uh-oh. Why is there a dead were-lizard in the middle of my fort? Bites the stoneworker. Oh no. Stone, I've got bad news. You've been bit by a were-lizard. Stoneworker, stoneworker, stoneworker. Stone's been bit by a were-lizard. I think it's just stone, though. Yeah, only stone got bit by a were-lizard. That was a visitor that did that. All right. Could go bad fast. It'll be fine. New squad. No uniform. Stone has to join it. And question is, Stone, what do you have equipped? Crossbow. Hey, Necros Fox. It's good to see you again. You turn into a were-lizard during full sun. Nah, mate, that ain't how it works. Also, no, not Rip. The only thing that actually died was the enemy dwarf. I'm going to remove all of your hauling jobs and all of your other jobs. We're going to try and give you your own portion of the fort. I'm going to double check once again. I really wish that there was like a Alt-F option for this. Yeah, fought with my whole military. Shoutouts to my Mace Lord who killed the thing, though. Oh, it was that human who was visiting. Well, I'm gonna give Meb Zuth a name. Tame the lizard. Alright, well. I kind of love it when shit like this happens because now suddenly the game is very tense. Stone. We are currently on the 11th of Opal, midwinter. If somebody could do me a huge favor and look up when the next full moon is on the wiki, that'd be rad so that I don't have to do it. Flashing rec in the bottom right? Flashing recording in the bottom right? Oh, did I accidentally turn recording on? No, I didn't. Do you have that running on your screen? I don't see that. Okay, once again, Freeways and his squad attacked the Menace Visions once again, and the defenders were led by Bossa Flywastes, the circular soldier. Oh no. Bossa Flywastes outmatched. 4th of Opal. Okay, we have just over a month. Gone now? Oh, there it is. It's back. How did I turn recording on? Shit. The wrong recording. I seem to have turned on recording, and I don't know how to turn it off. Does anybody know the hotkey combo to turn off game recording? Because, like, there is a way to, like, record all actions in DF. Or not actions, but basically, like, record a movie in DF. Jeez, how the fuck do I turn that off? Looks like we lost Thob, Ibel, and Goden. We lost 3 dwarves from that squad, which sucks. Rip a huge chunk of the impervious sacks. All right, I'm just going to save and restart the game because I don't know how to turn it off. To be completely honest, I don't. But no, that's not what R means. Oh man, really. Also, hi, R man, really. It's not Control R. That's to record a macro. This is not a macro. It's one of the... I sometimes fumble thumbs it, and I can never remember how to turn it off, so I usually just restart the game to fix it. Probably do a hard save anyway. Yeah, no, Control R is to make a... Yeah, there's a separate video screen. It's like Shift something, Control something. I think actually that does it. But let's just restart the game real quick. It's the semicolon? I thought it was Shift something and then another button, but... whatever. Not a huge deal. Doesn't change the fact that I never remember what the key is. And I do it accidentally sometimes. So we're going to have to build Stone into his own room. You're a monster. You're a monster! Not the monsters! Actually, I know where we can put you, Stone. Put you down here. Just looking to make sure that there's no holes above it. Nope. No, there is not. I love that I just lost a bunch of my own soldiers. And I'm not even, like, worrying about fixing them. So it's that. Oh. Okay. This is the menu I never know how to get into. Let's see. How are you doing mentally? Afraid after experiencing trauma, felt guilty after being able to rest and recuperate. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Stone to go stand in there, and we're going to lock him in there. And I'll try and get some nicer stuff set up so that Stone can have a nicer living space down there instead of just, like, basically living in a nowhere space, but we'll do what we got to do. The 14th of Opal. Didn't even know DF did that. DF has a lot of features that a lot of people have no idea about. Like, the number of times I've taught people that the moon icon up in the top right is actually, like, a useful icon that helps you learn things in DF. Number of times I've told, like, Krug Smash didn't know about the moon icon, just as an example. DF has a lot of things that people don't know about. All right, let's do this. Someone should come down here pretty soon and fix this. Stone, what would you like me to turn? Well, actually, here's what I'll do. I'll make you a tiny temple and a tiny tavern and a tiny library in here. That'll just be like 4 squares, 4 squares, and 4 squares. You won't need food because every time you start to get hungry or thirsty, I'll do that. Yes. What does the moon do? When it's a full moon, were creatures can attack. They cannot attack outside of the full moon. So when the moon becomes full, this dwarf that I'm staring at right now is going to become a night creature. Because this dwarf got bit by a were-lizard. I didn't actually see the fight happen, but I saw it in the combat logs. Was one of our visitors, was a were-creature. Although, here's the actual fun of it. Some of these guests might still be were-creatures that might just become were-creatures the second that happens, so. But the moon is still young, so we've got plenty of time. Nope. Were-creatures are just normal people outside of that window. How would they be able to attack you if they aren't currently a were-creature? They're only able to attack you when they are were-creatures. And they're not were-creatures outside of the full moon. They're just normal characters. You know, it's like a werewolf attacks during the full moon. Did you only write half of your question? I'm very confused. Because you said were-creatures can attack outside of that window, though? It's like, no, they can't. What? Are you asking a question or are you making a statement? Because that reads like a statement, not a question. Though that's not were-creatures. That's a siege. Enemy sieges can happen whenever. It doesn't matter. That's an enemy siege. A were-creature is when, like, a were-horse arrives. That's a were-creature. This is not a were-creature. This is not a siege. This is a were-creature. Were-creatures are different events. Hey, Lemon, what's up? Visitor attacks are not were-creatures. Vile Force of Darkness are not were-creatures. Vile Force of Darkness are a goblin civ attacking. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress, are either dwarves or humans. And an ambush is an elven attack. But a night creature has come. Blah, 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 blah. You shall know why you fear the night. Only happens during full moons. All right, so Stone, you get a tiny temple. to no specific deity. Tiny tavern. Oops, no, that's a temple. Tavern. And a shade of depression. And a tiny library. I'm going to go into locations. And I'm going to disband that squad. Do you have multiple gods? Yes. Yes. Yes, you do. Deity of storms and thunder, deity of mountains, deity of minerals, deity of laws, deity of jewels, deity of creation, birth, rebirth, and death, deity of song and inspiration, and the deity of victory, war, and fortresses. Well, not 3 trasses, 4 trasses. And you're praying. Can you cure were creatures? Nope. Once were creature, always were creature. Legendary Hammer Dwarf, eh? We're gonna get attacked by vultures. Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those things where Dwarf just has to live with it. I'm going to make a wood stockpile down here. I'm basically going to set Stone up with everything that he needs. Okay, who cares? Yuma? Like, genuinely. More than one group of people have done that. I think he might be referring to the slow-mo guys, but trust me, more people than that have done that. I don't like seeing some of my favorite things in the world shatter, so I don't. We have a ghost fluttering around. I got a few dwarves not memorialized. I really like records, and I don't really like seeing records get broken, regardless of if there's something that I like listening to. It's just like people who really like cars who don't like seeing cars crashing. It's like, well, it's a thing that I like. I don't like seeing the thing that I like being destroyed, so. Shouldn't be too hard to wrap your brain around. Burst of Opal. The one that I'm thinking of wasn't Grey Wolf, but that's not relevant to the discussion. You're still making a thing and wastefully destroying it for no logical reason. So, fuck that. It's like that YouTube channel that cut a Ms. Pac-Man machine in half. Fuck that channel. Only so many legitimate original Ms. Pac-Man machines out there. Don't destroy things that people like. Just for the sake of destroying it. It's not ever going to be cool. Just because people like watching it doesn't make it okay. Alright, I need a furniture stockpile up here. somewhere to put it. I don't really have anywhere to put it. The problem with this fort and its above ground nature is it's too fucking small and I don't have enough space for shit. Ugh. All right, let's just put a furniture stockpile up there. We'll figure it out later. Also, hello, Buzzkiller, and welcome to the stream. Your fort on a cliff, a rather large one, in fact. Goes all the way down here. This, that's the bottom. A few dwarves have fallen off. It's unfortunately just kind of the reality of things. I don't actually remember that dwarf falling off. And that was a visitor, I think? That might have actually been the outpost liaison. This one I don't even know about. Must have been one of the invaders. Yeah, we intentionally made this thing. Because people like destroying shit. Apparently. There's a YouTube channel that does nothing but cut things in half, and they cut a Ms. Pac-Man machine in half, and it made a lot of people upset. Just like shattering records makes me upset. Just like, why? It's cool, come on. The only reason that I can see destroying stuff for other people's entertainment as actually being a reasonable thing is if it's, like, testing car safety. So, like, if you're testing airbags or if you have, like, a crash test dummy in it, you're trying to improve safety of something. Okay, that makes sense. I can, or just, like, you know, bending airplanes' wings up to see how high they can go before they snap. It's like, okay, that's a legitimate, like, stress test thing. That's fine. But just shattering records, that's fucking pointless. But yeah, when I generated this world, we did some tweaking so that the cliffs would be very steep and so that we'd have big rivers. And so high rainfall and high erosion equals massive canyons everywhere. So this river that goes all the way along here is just this massive canyon that goes all the way across the world, which is kind of awesome. I'm not going to answer that question, CCJ, because I really want to change the subject. So we're going to probably go past where Stone's hole is. I don't actually have that much to read. All right, I'll just scroll up. Surveillance on your dwarfs causes additional pylons of mudstone. Hell is above my apartment, and the complex simplicity of nuance isn't me. Looped kitten's fur is twisted. Help. Hey, you know what? That's gonna be my added word. Help isn't a word. How you doing, audio? How's things, man? And thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 58th month. Why would sun sickness be an issue? Sun sickness is only developed if they spend too much time underground. As long as they're above ground to begin with, they're fine. I almost never have issue with sun sickness. It's 5 years and 2 months. I know, right? All right. Hey, How long does it take to become proficient in DF? How long does it turn to learn? How long does it take to learn any video game? I don't know. Can't answer that question for you. That's an unanswerable question. It is highly dependent on your own ability and knowledge. Like, I don't know, have you played a video game before? If you played a video game before, not that long. I'm going to make a 1-tile sized weapons stockpile. Hundo hours? I mean, if the question is how long did it take me to become proficient in DF? 5 hours, maybe? 5 hours of fiddling around, and by the end of that, it was just like, all right, whenever I needed to know something, just look it up on the wiki. But like 5 hours to learn the basics, 20 to kind of like understand most of the mechanics. Yeah, well, Dota's a difficult game. Dwarf Fortress is easy. Like, kind of a truth, that. Also, you could become proficient in Dota quicker if you just sat down and played it and read and learned mechanics at a quicker pace. Everybody learns at different speeds, right? Somebody who's proficient at competitive games can become proficient at Dota much quicker than somebody who isn't. Yeah, I mean, Navy, you picked up the game pretty quickly, I would think. Most people that I know, it's like just, Dwarf Fortress is like not a difficult game at all. Dwarf Fortress is an extremely simple game. The problem is Dwarf Fortress is a very obtuse game, so it depends on how quickly you can wrap your mind around the obtuseness of it. They go wonky on you sometimes? What are you doing to it so that it becomes wonky? Have to unwonk them? Yeah, you just have to take a little bit of time and unwonk the wonky, and you'll be good. Copper pick. Whoop. 10 copper picks. I don't know. I mean, I'm still discovering stuff in Dwarf Fortress, but like being proficient at playing Dwarf Fortress isn't that bad. But learning the basics enough to be able to keep a fort alive for a year or two, which is what I consider to be learning Dwarf Fortress, took me like a couple hours. See, now you're a were creature. Look at that. All right. Is there any other were creatures in the fort? It's just... Uh-oh. Where are you? So I just learned something. You can be an unintelligent were creature. Or you can be an undead intelligent were creature. So we need to watch you. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do this. Add a new burrow. Everybody get the fuck out of this fort. Because there is a... Woo! I was walking right past him. Hasn't attacked anybody. I'm going to wait for the moon to cease being a 0 up here in the top right. I'm going to kill this guy. Hope nobody's friends with him. Although because he's an intelligent undead, he might not be able to talk. I see no evidence of this. Currently. The stream transfer? You mean the Steam transfer? Do I think DFs on Steam will make much difference? I think when DF on Steam, like premium DF launches, people are all going to like simultaneously realize that all of the... There you go. People are going to simultaneously realize that DF is an extremely simple game. I tell my military to go fuck this dude up. Go fuck him up, boys. And he's dead. All right. No more creepy were creature attacks, and all the rest of the dwarves can come back inside. Wait. Wasn't smart enough to run. May not have realized that it was a concern to begin with. Time to deal with that corpse as well. But, you know, Dwarf Fortress, learning Dwarf Fortress is just like learning any other kind of tricky strategy game. initially it's really not so bad, and it just takes time. And if you're willing to put the time in to learn it, it's not bad at all. That being said, all of the learning cliff memes and all that crap is purely based on the fact that the game is ASCII. Dwarf Fortress is not a difficult game. Maybe one of these days the wider world will realize this. It's just an absolute over-exaggeration and falsehood of how difficult this game is. Like, RimWorld is a far easier game to look at than Dwarf Fortress, but a far harder game. Oxygen Not Included is just as complicated, if not more complicated. Kerbal Space Program is just as complicated, if not more complicated. As far as a game goes, Dwarf Fortress is very easy. Can you trap were creatures in a prison? Sure, if they're in my faction like this one. But if they're not in your faction unless they commit a crime, like killing somebody, no. Yeah, like it's just like saying that is learning a different alphabet difficult? Yes. But once you learn what the symbols mean, it becomes a lot easier. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like learning a different alphabet. But once you know what all the symbols mean, it's really a very simple game. So, this is a conversation that happens all the time in my chat, and I'm, to put it bluntly, kind of fucking tired of it. Because, like, my response always is, well, this game is easy. Which is true. But no one's ever going to believe me. So, it's like, I can't wait for the Steam version to come out for the entire world to collectively realize that they've all just been lying to each other to believe that Dwarf Fortress is an exceptionally complicated, difficult, hard, impossible to learn video game, which is wrong. It's just wrong. It's like, yeah, it does take some time to learn it, but is it this impossibly difficult nightmare game? No. That's just silly. All right, so I have a pick in here. Meaning, I can let this Chameleon leave. Yes, but learning to understand an ASCII game is as complicated as hitting K and hovering your cursor over every single thing once. It's not complicated, you know? It's like, you can say that's a caveat, but that's really not a caveat. We're gonna lock this door and seal off this floor. No? CCJ? Now you're just asking me dumb hypothetical questions that I'm literally incapable of answering, so I'm not sure what your point is. And now you're just memeing, Canby. If you have something helpful to add to the conversation, please do. I don't think Dwarf Fortress's difficulty is what makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. Dwarf Fortress's simulation is what makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. So now that that is sealed off, we have access to this, and I can let our poor were creature stone cut through this. Stint that short task, the ghostly farmer has been laid to rest. So whenever Stone's done praying, I disagree, Starlord. A gremlin! But like I said, this is a redundant conversation that doesn't matter. Because it's mostly just memes and lies and incorrect information. Hey, Suey, what's up? Run away, gremlin! You got to pray about. Yeah. He'll get it done. I would say that Dwarf Fortress is significantly easier than EVE Online. Significantly. The reason I'll say that is because you don't have other human beings running around in your world trying to rip your face off and steal your stuff. I mean, maybe some boogeymen, but if you actually make it far enough to find a boogeyman in adventure mode, I mean, hats off to you. You probably already know how to play the game at that point. Why do I live like an elf? Star-Lord, Star Legend God, why do you ask dumb questions that I can't actually answer? I don't understand that question. Also, what's wrong with elves? Quit being such a racist, weirdo. Yeah, I mean, this does also... Stone has a point as well. This does look nothing like a elven settlement. How's that racist? Think about it. Why do you live like a insert other race? How is that not a racist comment? It's definitely anti-elf propaganda, I would say. All right, so what we're going to do, actually, Stone, is I'm going to deactivate your temple and everything. But you go and do this thing. But yeah, it's literally like the textbook definition of racism. You just need to finish your meditating. Stone gets to build his own fort, which is gonna be fun. But I guess the too long don't care version of how is that racist is all of the different races in fantasy worlds exist because it's easier to slam racial stereotypes onto made-up creatures that don't exist and use them as analogies and easy ways to talk about problems with our society without actually having to just write a story about being racist, which is why a lot of like Lovecraftian writing is based on weird half-human, half-fish people because because he was scared of interbreeding, let's just say white people and people of color. It's easier for him to write about it in a fish people sense. Yes, but it's easier to have this discussion this way instead of saying speciesist. Because if I say speciesist or whatever, then it's nobody will take me seriously. If I ask why are you being racist, you listen to me. Can you type coherently, Grey Wolf? I can't take anything you say seriously unless you type coherently. But apparently you can't. On your entrance hall, you have a 1Z level hole. Is that for drainage? On my entrance hall? Oh, you mean around this? No, it's where my bedrooms are. It's the basement. This is my tavern, right? My tavern and main temple. Right beneath it, we have some storage, kitchens or breweries. Right beneath that, we have some farming and more kitchens and more food storage. But then we have bedrooms around the edge. Not drainage, just bedrooms. Just a kind of a fun way of cramming more bedrooms into a tiny space. Yeah. Motel. Well, I mean, the motel's more like the above area up here, which are more bedrooms. But yeah, kind of. I mean, these dwarves ain't Scottish because there's no Scots in this world. Stone, I'm going to delete your temple pretty soon if you do what I want you to. It's disabled, so eventually you'll stop praying. These are Crimson Pulley dwarves. I mean, this dwarf specifically, clean-shaven hair, lips are thick, her ears are somewhat narrow, her skin is dark peach, her hair is gray with a touch of black and gray hair. Definitely not Scottish. Crimson Pulley. Also, you just reminded me to update my title. Thanks. And like to hoard a lot of money. Christus. But, you know, you might be thinking, like, why is this person, like, thinking way too hard about all these different fantasy creatures that don't actually exist? And it's because I like to think too much about human behavior. It's something that I like to do. Something that entertains me and causes interesting conversations. There are actually some examples of video games that do this really well. One is Dragon Age, the original one, Dragon Age Origins. I haven't played any of the other Dragon Age games, so I can't really comment on that. But the original Dragon Age actually does a very good job kind of displaying racism between the different fantasy creatures. Just as an example, try and play through that game as an elf and not get insulted every time you walk into a new settlement going, oh god, an elf. There are examples of that. So when people are just like, why do you live like this? Or why do you look like that? Or why are you being nice to the elves? Why are you being racist? Yes, but you need to look at the origins and the creation of these characters. You are looking at this from a modern perspective, Grey Wolf. You're not looking at this from the perspective of the writers who wrote these and came up with these creatures originally. So you're looking at it from a current day perspective, which is fine. But you're missing the point of said discussion. Dwarf Fortress does an extremely good job simulating all this stuff. Okay, well then why are you saying that that is not what they are then? What exactly retcons the inspiration for the creation of these races back in the beginning? What exactly is that then? If I call someone out for saying something that I think is shitty in my chat for the point of education, why are you claiming that to be retconned? Because it isn't. Just because you've grown to accept something as normal doesn't mean it's right. Think about it. That's what you're inferring. I mean, I guess my question here is, what's your reasoning for continuing this discussion? We can absolutely just move past and talk about anything else you want. You're the one keeping this conversation going. So why are you keeping this conversation going if you agree to disagree, as an example? Because I vehemently disagree with what you're saying. When you create an analog of something for the purpose of storytelling, it has to be treated as if it is the equivalent of said analog. So that you don't go writing a potentially problematic story. Unless that's your intention, in which case then you have to note that you are trying to write a problematic story for the purpose of education. Or just storytelling. Which one can do. We gotta be real careful with that stuff. Otherwise you'll end up looking like J.K. Rowling. Ooh, we killed an oak bird. Neat. Who fucking cares? Can be. Like, genuinely. Who fucking cares? The aliens were not created as an analog of a human stereotype. Fantasy creatures were made as an analog of a human stereotype. This is the part that you are not understanding and wrapping your little flimsy brain around. The alien is the unknown creature. The great blackness of space. And the freaks and horrors that can come out of that. Bleh. No need to be offensive. Then what's your purpose? I keep selecting the wrong wood type. I keep making it right next to it and missing them. You're contorting the discussion into things that are not the discussion. We're talking about fantasy races here. Probably not, because Twitter didn't exist when she first started writing her series. So she could have said that shit as loudly as she wanted. And probably did, actually. And no one would have noticed. Because social media didn't exist on the same level as it does now. Fucking Facebook didn't exist before then. Basically, Grey Wolf, I'm finding your arguments disgusting and a little bit off topic. So, if you really want to argue this, come find me when I'm in a better mood. It's like I'm trying to talk to my chat, and you're just like, here's a completely irrelevant argument that doesn't actually have any basis in the reality that I'm discussing. Okay, what's your point? A cartoon antagonist does not equal human analogs. You have to look at motive, to look at the creation of that creature, the intelligence of that creature, where it came from, what it was written as. I don't even like any of Harry Potter. Krista. I don't want to talk about J.K. Rowling. Fucking hate Harry Potter so goddamn much. That's like my actual takeaway from that statement. I fucking hate Harry Potter. Terrible books. Don't ever rip that bolt. Oh, ow, you didn't. Jeez. Okay. I read those books because of peer pressure, because it was the only way to, like, exist as a human being. Not because I actually liked Harry Potter. I read those books because it was like, well, every other child my age reads it, so it's like the same reason everybody watched Game of Thrones. It's like, well, it was the thing that kids did. And hated the books. First one was okay. I think that's like the only one that I unironically enjoyed. The rest I just forced myself to read and eventually gave up around halfway through and then listened to the audiobooks. This is my final addition to that previous discussion. Think about it this way. Something is created as an analog for racism so that authors can write racist stories hundreds of years ago, pretty much at this point. Like, Tolkien was like 150 years ago. If you continue to use that same framework to write stories now, you either have to A, address it and handle it well, or B, write a story that completely ignores all of the nuance. Thus, you're writing something that is either pure fantasy for entertainment and very surface level and shallow and potentially accidentally very racist. Or if you handle it well, you have to discuss it. Dwarf Fortress handles these problems well, so thus I discuss it. Dwarf Fortress does a very good job with its stereotyping and its civilian and character generation to a point where you can end up with incredibly complex characters that come from very multicultural, interesting backgrounds from different factions and groups. So when somebody points at the way I'm playing in Dwarf Fortress and says, why are you doing this like this? It's like, well, no, you're wrong. You are inferring racial stereotypes on creatures that are more complex than that. That is my final statement on the subject. All right. Never did follow up with reading. The first two movies are okay. Giant plastic worm creature in the basement of the second one's kind of amusing. King Aban, he was a good king. The most dwarfy goblin you'll ever see. It was either the Hollow Knight soundtrack or Jet Lancer, which were the two that I played this morning. Probably Hollow Knight. Jet Lancer's like anime metal. Everyone likes the concept of Wizard School. Wizard School is a fun concept. It's the only good part of those books, is the concept behind it. Yeah, Hollow Knight has a phenomenal soundtrack. When you say SAO, you mean Sword Art Online, right? I'm just trying to confirm that that's what you're talking about. That's because that's the only thing I could think of that abbreviates to SAO, aside from cryptocurrency. Okay. Because there is a cryptocurrency that abbreviates to SAO, but I've never watched a single episode of Sword Art Online, so I have no connection to that whatsoever. And also, bouncing off of what Stone was talking about, we had a king in one of the forts that we did for holidays. Ooh, a vile force of darkness is arrived. We had a king that was one of my holiday forts' kings, and he was a good king. And the reason he was a good king was because he was a goblin, right? But he was a goblin that was born and raised as a dwarf, so his description was entirely a dwarf. Every single piece of his description looked like a dwarf, with the exception that he was sometimes cruel, and which is in goblin's nature, and I want to say he had gray skin. Can't remember if he was a green boy or a gray boy. But anyway. And often people are just, who point at goblins in this game are like, oh, that's the big bad. It's like, no, they're only the big bad if they're raised by and enslaved by demons, which is what they are by default. His bloody name was Super Dwarf, yes. So a vile force of darkness has arrived. All of my squads are home. No idea how big this siege is going to be. I'm going to lock all the dwarves in the fortress. Give them a second to run. I do not know how big this siege is going to be. If it's going to be too big, I probably won't fight it. And instead, we'll potentially just wait them out. But we have to give it a second regardless. Ooh, the lions keep coming. I'm going to pull this lever right here. And there's a second lever we're going to have to pull next. We'll decide whether or not we're going to fight them first. Some beak dogs. Ugh. Could potentially fight them on the lower levels, but upper levels is a no-go. It's like we got a bunch of giant impalas running around on the surface. So the other way for them to get in is down here. Is all the way down here, which is this. This is where my dwarves are running in to safety now. Goblins were going for the front door, but now they're heading for the side door. Or they're going to have to turn and head for the side door. Yeah, I wouldn't have stuck with a show long enough to find out if the most recent season was good. I never heard anything good about Sword Art Online. Even the early seasons that people did like from that show, but I also don't really watch anime, so. All right, looks like Aban ended up in front of the wrong door. Buddy, you're going to have to turn around. You're going to have to run real quick if you want to not die. What I might do is I might let some of them in and fight with some of them. You think Space Pirate wants to lead the charge against the goblins? And what makes you say that? Man, is this dwarf actually going to make it past? That's really impressive, actually. Yeah, they're fighting with the giant impala. Yeah, no, this is a different Aban. This is Aban Lolo Kikar. Not your Aban. Uh-oh. King T was found dead. Well, rip King T. Yeah. About that. He seems to have had a goblin axeman hacks the brewer in the head with his copper great axe, tearing apart the muscle, bruising the skull through the cave spider so could. A tendon in the skull has been torn. The force bends the neck, tearing apart the fat and bruising the muscle and the upper spine's nervous tissue, and a tendon in the upper spine has been bruised. King T, the brewer, was found dead. This is suboptimal, I would say. All right, well. Plot my military down here. It's actually not too many of them. It's only 170. And they do have a lot of beak dogs. Looks like they are running down the side of the hill towards the side entrance. Follow this goblin. I'm kind of hoping that we can just hit them when they're all spread out and split up. We're going to start trapping up this lower area that we're going to be fighting in here. But we're going to start trapping it up after this fight. Not entirely sure how we're going to trap it up, but we're going to have to figure out some way. Only 170. Well, I mean, the last one was like 290, so it's only 100. Well, I mean, it's even less than that, actually, because we also have a bunch of guests, as well as the undead ghost of, like, you know, all of the giant impalas and naked bulldogs and random animals. So, actually not that bad. Means we only really need to kill about 90 of them, 80 of them. I'm sure my dwarves can handle that. Means I just need to watch this door right here. I don't like using bridges as weapons. They're too overpowered. They're really just not fair. But you absolutely can do that. It's absolutely like an effective strategy. I just much prefer to set up, you know, like older traps and other kinds of funner traps for me. But if you're new to the game, I would argue that, yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. But it's definitely like the overpowered, cheesy way of doing things. Oh, to allow a few in at a time? I don't know. I mean, you use the strategy that you want to use, right? I think once the gates are open, and charge! And it's too easy to accidentally crush your own dwarves. I wouldn't really use that strat personally. Where the fuck are they going? Oh, they're waiting for the trolls to be at the lead, I think. Maybe? How are they going underground for some dumb reason? No logic in that. Now you guys can literally just walk right into the fortress, right? Gonna walk up this way and go up the stairs. And they just walk over here and walk into the fort. All they gotta do. Killing a naked Moldog. I mean, okay. If you insist. Wow, they are just going into the caverns. All right, well, we can hit them from behind then. They're planning something? I think they were just given bad directions. I don't think they're planning anything. Or they're just too dumb. Yeah, that's option 2, most likely. Making sure that the dwarves have access to the majority of the bedrooms. And the upper levels of the walls. Fly back down to here. Well, I guess what I can do is I could wait until I get a little further. Like I said, attack them from behind. I was very much expecting them to just path straight into the fort, but probably what's going on actually is there's probably just a whole bunch. Yeah, there's just a bunch of Crundles in the basement. Then they're just like, oh, there's a bunch of entities down here. Let's go kill those. That, or they just really want to get down into the caverns and they don't have a good way down there, so they're just like stealing our way in, maybe? Guy is still online. Hey, Tekid. Have you not seen my new schedule? You see the bin we made in Long Death? It's actually great. I finally have a bin that I won't need to replace every 400 years. That's not made of metal anyway. I mean, I've only been on for 9 hours. We got another 5 left. Current schedule of stream. I turn stream on at 9 a.m. Pacific, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and stream for 12 to 14 hours approximately. With the caverns? Well, I mean, they passed to where there's the most creatures that they can kill, so there must just be like a big glob of Crundles. So instead of like walking up this way and into the fortress, they're walking this way and down into the caverns. But I'm just gonna wait for them to, for most of these guys to be around the corner, which they almost are, and for like the majority of that force to be down the stairs, and then I'm just gonna go fucking kill them from the back. Yeah, so 3 super long streams, and then one day, which is Friday, which is gonna, it's basically just podcast recording day now. And then Saturday and Sunday, I can work if I want to, or I don't have to if I don't. Same with Monday. This past Saturday and Sunday, I recorded 2 YouTube videos, first impression videos, and edited 2 videos. 2 short ones. Very quick videos, like nothing that's a huge amount of work. And I got a big chunk of the Odd Realm interview that I'm working on done. All right, looks like the majority of their force is now down here. I think once all of those trolls are down here, I'm going to station my military up here. Today's video was neat. The first impressions one? Audio? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday's Tekken. Which is also why I told the DF Roundtable guys if they ever need a guest again to call me. Because I'm around on Sundays now. Or rather, I'm just around now. Oh! They suddenly appear to be turning around. A large number of them just did. Alright, let's send in the military. This would be a real good time for a Forgotten Beast to spawn, so they could have like a Forgotten Beast on one side and my dwarves on the other. Space Pirate's gonna miss the assault because Space Pirate is currently taking a nap. Good job, Space Pirate. Instead of you, we're gonna follow Freeways. Oh, maybe Space Pirate just got up. Nope, that was not Space Pirate. Well done, Space Pirate. Made for good background noise for 50 minutes without you wondering what chat was asking? All right, well, who's up at the front? Reza's up at the front. We'll follow Reza. Reza has a silver warhammer and is a legendary... Or actually, no, not a legendary hammer. Not a hammer lord, just a hammer dwarf. Legendary something. My screen is gone? Pretty sure it's not. What? But yeah, this would be the optimal Uh-oh. They're fighting with cave toads. The giant cave toad strikes the goblin, but the shot is blocked. The goblin maceman bashes the cave toad in the upper body with his silver mace. Good for you, I suppose. I mean, I turn this on and off periodically all the time. This is not abnormal. Oh, there's a troll, guys. There's a dead troll now. Oh, did a troll just fall into the water? I think a troll did just fall in the water. Oh, right. Yeah, that was from a while ago. I was like, why is there one of my dead trolls? Okay, Seeker fell in there a while ago. Yeah, that was from a few fights ago. All right, Reza appears to be up at the front and is already in the water. Good job, Reza. Are you going to get out of the water? Oh, okay, maybe you're going to kill another one. Oh, there goes another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. Great. Well done, dwarves. The rest of you keep on fighting. Balance is certainly not a skill that many dwarves have, apparently. Ooh, look at all that blood. God damn. Let's just pause and see how many of them are dead. None of them yet, actually. Miraculously enough. Water is pretty deep. Who's in here? Freeways is in here. Rip Freeways. Reza, Etor, and Lear. No. Time for something. That's for sure. You've been recording for hours by accident? Oh no! Looks like some more dwarves just fell in. They're still fighting. I'm really hoping some of these guys can actually get out of here. One of my axe dwarves was found dead. I did see one of them climb out. English is still in here. Girl Kit was still in here. Reza drowned, finally. Freeways, are you going to get out? Come on, man. You can do this. I have faith in you. Yeah. Rip Freeways. Well, on the bright side, we've killed about more than a third of them already. So Arcadia is definitely on our side. Even though another dwarf somehow just fell in. Space Pirate has been found dead. Where did Space Pirate die? Well, rip Space Pirate. What you get for fighting late. Let's let the pained dwarves head home. How many invaders are still on the map? Most of them are probably down in the caverns. So we're just running the dwarves that are left out, except for these ones that are still just like mashing the ones that are left here into small pieces. I kind of love fights like this, where they're just like coming in and out of the caverns. Yeah, it looks like we're just cleaning up the leftovers now. Ooh. Man, I'm very disappointed by how many dwarves went and drowned. Boy, that's gonna be fun. Why am I killing everything? Because they attacked me. Self-defense. Well, brilliant. You just leaving through the caverns? Yes, they're just leaving through the caverns. And some migrants have arrived. Would you look at that? Strong sense of duty, and you find helping others are rewarding. Well, how about you join my military? Because we need more of that. Meanwhile, Stone's over here going, I'm still praying, because I haven't knocked that wall down yet. Lots of my military died. Although I think we actually lost more casualties to the river than anything else, to be honest. Although our casualties weren't actually that bad. We lost like a third of our military. Also, welcome back, H2O. Was a pretty nasty Birdle. But there's only one Goblin Invader left. And we do have a bunch of newcomers. Eh, you'll be fine. You can join the military for now. I'm just kind of sad that I lost Freeways, because Freeways was a good dwarf. That's probably the one that I'm the saddest of. Yes, it's too soon to request another dwarf. Please wait until next stream, so tomorrow. That's kind of my only request. Is just like give the one dwarf a day to rest in peace. Gonna need more slabs. That is kind of a lot of storing items. Should also open the door up. But I would say overall that could have gone a lot worse, so.
Oh hey, I had bits.
Oh hey, $1. Thank you. Cheers, H2O. Yeah, can I get a couple of beers in the chat for the $1 thrown in me wallet? Yeah. Thanks for helping out the old paycheck. Streamers gotta pay off or like replenish the hole in my savings account from the taxes I just paid. I just paid a loss of taxes. Probably, actually, I think second largest bill I've ever paid. The largest bill I ever paid was when I had to pay off people so that they'd stop trying to sue me. Thanks, old landlords. Anyway, that's probably the biggest bill. That's the second largest bill I've ever had to pay. But then again, I haven't had to pay very many large bills. I had a landlord that tried to sue me at one point. Long story. Actually, almost 10 years ago at this point. Bloody landlords, you fucking telling me? It's not my fault that a chunk of my ceiling caved in and I refused to pay rent after that. Yeah. It ended up being cheaper than, what's the word? It ended up being cheaper than, taking it to a small claims court. So I had to, it was like 4 months back pay and a fine I had to pay. But the one with the leaking roof? No, not leaking. Like, I could see stars through it. Leaking is a, what's the opposite of an exaggeration?
Have to be number 1 on the board.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for the $3. Well, I guess $4 total now. Cheers, man. To be fair, it's a pretty easy board to get number 1 on. Even still. Well, Garden, hello. How are you? Oh, no. Oh, it's just stone. Stone, you made me worried for a second. I saw transformed into were-lizard. I was like, ah! No, okay, it's just stone. It's fine. This is normal. We're used to this. Suboptimal, but eh. Not at the time, Droven. There is now. Like I said, this was almost a decade ago. Also, I was working full-time night shift and homeless at the time, so it's not like I was really in a position to go about chasing people. And I was in debt and had no money to my name. So yeah, it was a rough year, I would put it bluntly. Sometimes you just take the easy way out. If I went digging and then I won, probably could have got away scot-free, but eh. Was a long time ago. Nine years ago. Yeah. Was it an exaggeration? Actually, I guess no. I think you're right. I think a leaking roof, that's an understatement. Yeah, there you go. I think you're correct with that one. Stone transformed back into a dwarf. Good. You got to see your dog after like 4 months? How did you live that long? I really hope that your dog did like one of those Reddit like dog response where it's just like, I haven't seen my dog in 5 years, and then the dog just like flies through the air and just like lands in owner's hands. Those are some of my favorite videos on the internet. You had an emotional goodbye. Well, I mean, it's better than nothing, right? That happened? Well, that's wonderful. I see my parents' dog about once a week, and every time she acts like it's been a decade since I've seen her. Although the way she does that is just by like prancing around and then yapping constantly, which is just kind of annoying. So everybody's like, shut up, Holly. Sarcophagus. It's like, I haven't seen you in like 10 days. Calm down, dog. It's like when my dad came to pick her up and she hadn't seen him in like 48 hours because I kept her for last weekend. She was like barking and like prancing around and like spinning in circles. Like after my dad had been here for like 15 minutes, we were listening to records. My dad's like, calm the fuck that? We had to like grab her by her collar and force her sit and just like sit next to her and pet her on the head so she'd calm down. She was just like having a spaz attack. For reference, this dog looks like, hold on, I can actually just find you a picture of her because I have a picture on the Discord. It's this little fuzz muffin. Her name's Holly. Miniature poodle. My parents' dog. Who I babysit sometimes. That's her on my sofa. My shitty IKEA sofa. She's a good girl, but she has the brain of a peanut sometimes. Which is funny, because she's a very, very, very smart dog, but my God, she gets overly excited. Yay, Yuma's ghost has finally been put to rest. That's good. See, she's got a long snout. Most poodles do. That's the difference between a toy poodle and a miniature poodle, is a miniature poodle has the long snout, whereas a toy poodle has like a, I got hit in the hammer a bunch as a child kind of look on their face. Yeah. H2O. Also, I'm not implying you should hit a toy poodle in the face. That's just kind of what their noses look like. They just look like they got hit in the... Is that... That's a goblin invasive. That's a goblin criminal. Why is there a goblin criminal hanging out? Do I have a... I'm going to, set Letharticus as a captain of the guard. Purely so that I can, figure out who this goblin criminal is. That's literally all I want to do. I just want to know who this goblin criminal is. Sign Letharticus. Cancel my lead sarcophagus. Rock, armor stand 1. Keep on canceling stuff because I'm smart. I need 2 of those. I just want to interrogate him. But I actually, sorry, I don't have any active cases, so I can't do that. Boo. Oh well. Next time. Yes, if you hit them in the nose, it just hurts them. It doesn't actually, like, make them into toy poodles. Of how much your dog's mom is a poodle, but she's got the curly cues like a poodle. So there's a mix of things with poodle in there somewhere, kind of deal. I feel like people mix dog breeds with poodle just so that they can give them silly names. Like, please explain to me the logical reason for a labradoodle to exist. Aside from that, you can call it a labradoodle. It's just like one of my favorite, hold on, let me see if I can find the page that I'm actually looking for. Not actually able to find that. Can you breed dogs for temperament? Yes. Ah, this is what I'm looking for. Poodle mixes names. Like a labradoodle, a bedoodle, a golden doodle. Be like, I guess, a retriever. and a poodle. A cavapoo, which I'm not even sure what that is. A schnoodle, which is a shih tzu and a poodle. A schnoodle? Pompoo, which is, yeah, just like you can guess. Saint Beardoodle. A whoodle? That's almost a wordle. A newfie poo, which is obviously a newfie and a poodle. A corgi poo. A poogle, which is a pug and a poodle. A poogle. Anyway, here's a stupid website. Have fun. Pick your favorites. Yeah, I am convinced that people crossbreed dogs with poodles to stop them from shedding, and also to give them really stupid names. I want a canoodle. I don't even know what that is, but... I mean, if we can breed dogs to the point where they can't breathe properly, I'm looking at you, pugs, and where their eyeballs pop out when they trip, I'm also looking at you, pugs, and also breed dogs into being chihuahuas, which are demons that shouldn't exist. If we can do that, of course we can breed them for temperament. You own a cowboy corgi, a corgi Australian cattle dog? Aren't Australian cattle dogs, like, really big? You okay there, Dwarf? Doesn't feel anything after seeing a troll's dead body, apparently. A vizoodle? A vizoodle. Duh. Oh, the dog pics? I mean, then Mist Runner would have to post the dog pics. What were pugs before they were pugs? Why do I have 4 different tabs of my email open? This is silly. This is just silly. I'm gonna close like 5 of these. Even though I said I had 4, which is true. I can close all 4 of them. Painting of what a pug looked like in 1975? I mean, just because there was a president named Trump that a lot of people didn't like, and a lot of people still don't like, who also is a massive asshole, doesn't mean that, like, a dog who was named that in, what, 1745 needs to be referred to as his name was unfortunate. If anything, like, it's probably a better example of that name. He's a cute dog. Interesting. That's what pugs were. Hundreds of years ago. A lot of construction got canceled. Fine. Apparently also must... Whoa, that's a lot of that. Low sense of self-esteem and finds himself hopeful about the future, feels discouraged, can handle stress, can join the military. You can take Freeways' old job. Dreams of attaining a rank in society and has a relentless drive completely consumed by ambition. Right, well, you can also join the Impervious Sacks. Yeah, finds a chaotic mess preferable to boredom of harmonious living. Well, you'll love being in the military then. Squads are rebuilding slowly. I think... Yeah, next time we play this, I'm going to take off the population cap, I think. I do need some more bedrooms, though. I usually look at whether or not they want to master a skill, then they'll probably be fine. Or if they can handle stress, or if they're brave in face of imminent danger, or if they like fighting. There's several traits that equal like fighting. Things like is likely to brawl, stuff like that. Likes to brawl is a good one for that. But it really just depends. There are certain traits that just kind of lend themselves to combat and some don't. Another gremlin! Drive it away! Maybe you just want some fresh air, man. Coming through. Is that a goblin? Oh no, it's just somebody's pet key. Look at this little gremlin. I don't have anything set up to catch it, though, unfortunately. I could make a gremlin trap up here. Might not be a bad idea, considering we keep seeing gremlins. Human scholar's been stung by a honeybee. How unfortunate. Oh, are you actually going for my lever? Well, he's getting fresh air now. Oh, are you going... This gremlin's gonna lock himself in my fort if he does that. Which should actually be kind of funny. But at this point, the way the game works, Star-Lord Legend, you can more or less put any dwarf in the military and they'll mostly be fine. You're interested in what he looks like? Gotcha. Nope, not going for the lever. Not going for the lever. Look at that. He's actually just leaving the map. He just wants to go away. Alrighty, gremlin. I was hoping he'd go for my lever and lock himself in the fort because that would have been real funny. Gremlin from air. I have no way of catching it. I need a... Oh. Gremlin versus giant skink. Giant skink can eat gremlin? No? Okay. Giant skink, run away. Bye, gremlin. Nice knowing you. Yeah. Later. You got issues with dwarves struggling with stress? Generally, the best one is if a dwarf isn't interested in mastering a skill, they will probably not like being in the military. This dwarf, who's often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things, would probably do fine in the military. Often seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, would also probably like being in the military. Considers tranquility and preferable to tumult. Okay, maybe not. If they're brave in the face of imminent danger or believe in their own abilities and talents, they'd probably be fine in the military. It's really a back and forth balancing act. Also, another thing that you look for is if you keep an eye on their recent thoughts, if they're frustrated due to being unable to practice a martial art, they probably want to join the military then. Yeah, see, this dwarf is frustrated after being unable to practice martial arts. So this dwarf wants to join the military, so we can just put him in the military. So Meg is now joining the military. Is now just going to go grab a weapon and join the military. So it's just kind of a matter of, like, if they're brave in the face of looming danger, can handle stress, or dream of mastering a skill, those are all kind of signs of probably being fine in the military. But aside from that, there's a lot of other like smaller traits that point towards a dwarf wanting to be in the military. But with this one, it's just, if you look at their recent thoughts and they want to practice a martial art, just put them in the military and they'll be fine. And they'll enjoy it. But even dwarves in the military want to not be training all the time. This dwarf killed a honey badger in Hotbeards. This is a dwarf from a previous one of my forts. So, it's kind of all over the place, really. And then the fun thing about the current version is 0.5, is dwarves get used to seeing bodies so quickly that it's kind of a non-issue. In slightly older versions, like in Long Death as an example, I have to be much more picky about who I put in the military versus who I don't, because they were a lot more picky back then. But that has since changed quite a bit. So like this dwarf already, Meg that I just put in the military, who wanted to practice martial art, wonder after learning about kicking, satisfied at work, sympathy after bringing somebody to rest, is already like getting really good thoughts from being in the military, which will absolutely outweigh the stress of like running into fights. Like this dwarf, Iden Wonder Chamber, the brand new recruit that we just put in the military, is satisfied after learning about dodging, satisfied at work, pleasure remembering seeing a fine trade depot. Well, that's unrelated, but you know, like it's just kind of a matter of like having a peek and figuring out what that dwarf wants, you know. But yeah, no, it's kind of a, I just kind of spaced out for a second. It's kind of a very difficult, long, like, learning process. Like, if anything, like, you know, we were talking about learning Dwarf Fortress. It's like figuring out how to play Dwarf Fortress just on the basics of it. Not really that difficult. Figuring out the nuances of, like, what dwarves are good for the military. That's the part of DF that takes a while to learn. Like, that's the point where it's like, all right, this is where things kind of get tricky. So. Hope that somebody's coming to pull that lever. There you go. Tharticus is coming to pull that lever. And I can drop down here, and I can place more coffins. So that my dwarves can stop coughing up a lung. Not that that has to do anything. I just wanted to say pun. Pull that lever, crush the stuff in there. But at this point, just about any dwarf will do okay in the military, as long as they dream of mastering a skill. That's kind of like the caveat with that. So as long as you find dwarves that, yeah, but yeah, just like everything, you have to kind of like look at what the dwarf is thinking and look at what traits they have. And if their traits are things that would be good for fighting, it's usually not too hard to discern that. Dwarves that tend to be brave, can handle stress. Dwarves that want to train martial arts. Those are kind of what you want to look for. Chat might also have some tips. Or just go with the fresh meat service guarantees citizenship system, which is just throw everybody into that. Into this fort? Well, this fort is part of a bigger world. This is actually my third fort in this world. This is Mothfall. We also built and ran Hotbeards, which is this fort. We also built and ran this fort for a brief period of time before I made an oopsie and flooded half of it. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. The Arches of Wisdom Umbra Bulwark. But the whole point of this world is we're trying to rebuild this faction from in here, which is kind of mountain locked in here, and we're trying to expand them out into here, completely annihilate this goblin civ right here, and then eventually expand down to these lower levels and start interacting with the other dwarven civs. That's kind of the long-term plan. So fighting against the goblins and slowly expanding until we can eventually come down here and fight against massive enemy evil glacier of these massive goblin forts and castles down here. So that's the long-term goal. But for this particular fort, no. This fort, I kind of have a thing. I want a construction that I want to finish. I want to, up on the surface here, build this into a tower, and then build a tower over here, and then connect all three in the top on with a walkway. And then after that, we're then going to build or run some adventures around in this world, move some characters around, and then build another fort. To work towards the end goal of making this the strongest dwarven civ in the world, at which point, once we're satisfied, we'll move on to a new world. That's kind of how I play Dwarf Fort. That's what the plan is for this fort. Currently, there are no huge endgame plans for this one, though. This is a smaller fort that's more of a military outpost, kind of bouncing off of the back of Hotbeards, which is the, bigger fort that we built in this area. This one's, we'll probably stream like 2 or 3 more streams of this one at this rate. I'm quite happy with the direction the fort's going. I'm quite happy with the visuals of it and the way it's looking aesthetically and the way it's playing out. It's definitely been a pretty bloody fort. Lots of things have died here, but it's been fun. I've been enjoying this fort. So basically, I play a fort until it stops interesting me. That's kind of my primary way of doing things. Okay. But why do you ask, Necros? Do you usually have any endgame plans or big fancy plans when you go into a fort? Oh no, we're out of lead? That's insanity. But the plan for this stream is we're probably going to do... Look at the clock. Probably another hour of this fort. And then we'll be swapping off of DF and playing something else. I have a few different options for games I could play. We'll figure that out when we get there. Shattered Pixel Dungeon is an option. Quasimorphosis is an option. We got a few options. Fertile Crescent is an option. Punbarion's also an option, maybe. I got a few games that we could try. If your civilization is having a hard time in a goblin war, that's likely to make a fort in the end goal of changing the tide of the war. So yeah, one of the other end goals for this, not this particular fort, but this civ, is I want to kill this necromancer tower, which is currently infecting the rest of my civ. So at some point I'm going to build a fortress back up in here as well and kill that necromancer tower. That is something I want to do. I also want to put some forts in this haunted forest because it looks cool. But the immoral jungle. I mean, who doesn't want to settle in a haunted forest? Always a fun time. But this particular fort is kind of like one stage in that overall plan, I guess. Because we're killing a few of these, and actually right now our plan is get those 3 dwarves back. Inuel, Stinthad, and Servesh. I want to release those dwarves because I like them. I want them back. Confused by something for a second, but figured it out. Misread something. Chat, just in general, kind of extending that question, do any of you guys who play Dwarf Fortress ever go into a world with a particular goal, or do you just kind of let shit happen? I think I'm kind of like 50-50. Sometimes I'm just there to let shit happen, and sometimes I'm there with like a pretty substantial goal laid out. It really depends on the world. Sometimes I'm really hard in one direction, sometimes I'm really far in the other direction. That's a response. Vague ideas at best. I respect it. Posted writing in tabletop. It's hard for me to read stuff like writings in tabletops. That's something that I'll read off stream. Unless you'll want me to read it on stream. But I saw it. Don't mind the fact that I'm slaughtering puppies in the background chat. Goblin lady? Hold on a second. So the Goblin Criminal is apparently a lady, or rather, the criminal, which is shown as criminal on the screen, which is probably a bug, is actually a goblin lady, or it's alternatively a goblin criminal pretending to be a goblin lady. Anyway, this goblin criminal is fighting with Crundles down in the caverns, and the goblin criminal punches the Crundle in the upper body with her left hand, bruising the muscle. The Crundle scratches the goblin, then the goblin criminal throws the Crundle by the neck with their right lower arm. The goblin criminal releases the grip from the Crundle, or from the goblin criminal's upper right arm with from the criminal's neck. I like how he grabs him by the neck and throws him. The goblin criminal punches the Crundle on the left hand and the injured part collapses. That poor Crundle getting bullied by this goblin. That poor Crundle. Crundles have a rough life. And it changes over time. I think that's kind of the ideal outcome, honestly. You start off with one goal, and then by the end of it, you have a completely different goal. Oh no, a petition. What's this? The Hall of Moths. That is such a apt name. Has many members in Mothfall and now requires a guild hall. A location must be built and furnished with the hall designated for a farmer's guild. Sure, I could absolutely do that. I think we're going to drop down here and make it this room. Wrong button. Guild hall. There you go, farmer hall. Hall of Moths. Citizens and long-term residents only. Go with the idea of you want the fort to look and then interesting things happen and you go with the flow. Yeah, that's kind of me about 50% of the time. Basically just putting a bunch of thrones in the farmer's hall so that they have places to sit while they're, you know, doing their farming stuffs. But yeah, I feel you there, Axon. I often end up doing pretty much the same thing as that. Starting off with a plan, and then it just kind of changes over time, but usually, like, holds pretty true to the original idea. But it's always, like, plans change, priorities change. I think that's just a good story. constantly changing plans. Engraving memorials. Text my aunt. I'm visiting my Oma on Friday after podcast recording, so just confirming a time. Currently trying to do a glass fort. Last time I said I was going to do a glass fort, I ended up somewhere with no sand. Even though it said there was sand there, there was no sand there. So I don't generally go in with such material-specific plans because I find that almost never works. At least that was just my experience, but you know, your results may vary. So this is a very, like, me thing that just happened, but a friend of mine just sent me a DM saying, hey, heads up, I managed to get the days off to go to the Formula E World Championships. So while I ain't paying the price to actually go to the Formula E World Championships, because it's an outdoor event that happens in a very public space that's easy to see from a distance in Vancouver this year, you bet your ass I'm going to the Formula E World Championships in July. Because they're happening here, so like why the fuck not, basically. Hey, Glassfort. Well, it's time to like have sand, find lava, Glassfort, easy peasy. There we go. We're getting some poor dwarves planted? No, buried. King the Space Disco Fox is getting buried. Rest in peace, King. You poor dwarf. You were a good dwarf. You did nothing wrong. You just were in the wrong place at the wrong time and got stabbed to death by goblins. Pretty common fate, unfortunately. As old as time. Never mind. Apparently, I'm actually just going to go to the race because a race day pass is $50. A little bit cheaper than a... The first layer, no, not really. The deeper you go into the caverns, the more you need to prepare. But the first cavern layer, more what you really need to do is just have a way of closing them off. So just build a drawbridge to be able to seal it off in case of, for sudden surprise, scary, forgotten beast. Actually going to email this to my dad. Did I say layers? Cavern layers? I mean, there's multiple layers of caverns, yeah. Just have a way to seal it off. You build massive fortifications and allow kill zones and traps in multi-layered entry system with working with auto-locking drawbridges. Yeah, I don't go that fancy. You just found the weirdest beverage. Is it called a screwdriver? I don't know. What's the weirdest? Actually, ranch soda. No, weirdest beverage I've ever seen was in. I mean, that's not going to happen if you just punch into the first cavern layer. Come on, cereal. Weirdest beverage I've ever seen was Jones Soda, which popped up shortly after holidays ended. And it was a turkey dinner flavored Jones Soda. I stared at it for about 5 minutes and then decided against the bad idea of potentially buying one, put it back on the shelf, and went home. After doing the rest of my grocery shopping, obviously. Sparkling cactus lime water? That's not that weird. I think that my Jones Soda is weirder. Or ranch soda, or mayo soda. I've seen all of these before. Sparkling cactus lime water is not weird at all, though. Because cactus water is a pretty common thing, actually. It's kind of like cucumber water. Where you just let a thing float in water for a bit and eventually it kind of tastes like that, sort of, maybe. Turkey dinner. Here, let me see if I can find a picture of it. This is a real thing. Jones soda, turkey, and... there it is, turkey and gravy. Turkey and gravy, Jones Soda Co. Well, you can't buy it anymore. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. It is not a very appetizing color. There it is. It's real. Like I said, it's not a very... It looks like dirty water. Like, it looks like lake water. And it's not, like, a very appetizing color at all. It's kind of, distressing, to put it mildly, actually. That is the weirdest... I almost bought one with, like, the thought of, like, I could drink this on stream for a charity thing or something. I was like, you know what? Nah, that's stupid. Fuck that. Well, this is cool. Mist, are you still here? Mist Runner? You just withdrew from the society. I was wondering why the game paused. And you just claimed a metalsmith's forge. Any bets on what you make? You're grabbing a piece of fungi wood logs. Yeah, they're more of a West Coast thing, from what I can tell, Orange. Turkey and gravy flavored, not just turkey. Oh, make us something good. Hold up. Got a bunch of coffins I gotta place. Orange cream sodas. You don't see the blue raspberry one? That's the one I see the most commonly out here. For Jones. So, chat, you guys can judge me if you want, but I just bought myself a day pass to go see the Formula E World Championships. Dude, it's $50 to go see the Formula E World Championships, which I consider to be a very, very good deal. That is a very, very, very good deal. Significantly cheaper than, like, some concert tickets I've bought in the past. So, I mean, it's like, to anybody who's ever been to downtown Vancouver, or if you want, you could go look it up. Actually, here's... Save this image. Or here, I'll just screenshot this. It takes place in the False Creek Street Circuit. Which is right here. I know this may not mean much, but that's Silence World. This is a rad fucking street circuit. Like hold on a second. Let me just pause Dwarf Fortress for a second. Science World. If I just pull up Science World on the map, they're basically just racing around Science World. I'm gonna try and do this without accidentally doxing myself. Am I good? Am I good? Am I good? Yes. So this is Tellus World of Science right here. If I just drag this down to here, they're essentially racing around this. So like along this road and then like up into the city and then backing around on high-speed hairdryers, which, fuck yeah, I'm going to that. That would be awesome. Like, just absolutely. I was expecting that to be way more expensive, but fucking $50, hell yeah. Absolutely. I'll go see Stoppel Van Dorn go really fast in a high-speed blow dryer. Less Neum and more... which is basically what those things sound like. Sorry, neighbors. I'm not joking when they sound like hyper-powered vacuum cleaners. Like, just go look up Formula E and just give them a listen. They're very... less... But yes, gonna go see that. So what did you grab, Mist? Lime gizzard stones, lead bars, fungi wood logs, spider silk cloth, smoky quartz. It's not enough metal to be a weapon. Granite. Snog? What's a snog? I think that's troll bone. I think you grab troll bone. Interesting. Well, we'll see what that ends up being. But yeah, that's gonna be a good time, I think. I'll post some Formula E footage on Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms on Discord if anybody's curious. But like, I was expecting it to be way more expensive, but the fact that it's like $50 a ticket is, yeah, there's no question there. Of course I'm gonna go. That is, yeah, no questions asked. Like, just for reference, like, Formula 1 tickets are like 10 to 100 times more expensive than that. Formula 1 tickets are ridiculously expensive. Cheap because they need to stir up an audience? Yeah, I guess nobody gives a shit about Formula E compared to Formula 1. Kind of a niche thing in comparison. All right, let's see what that dwarf ends up making. Who's in charge of Eusteth? Eusteth. Ugh, kind of in a lot of pieces. You're not very good. Who's the leader of this one? Stodir. The Sodal. Adequate leader. Impervious Sacks. I send out the Impervious Sacks to go siege somebody real quick. Good lord. 5,000 goblins. Need to not accidentally invade the human pits. That would be bad. And I have to fight with them as well, like these ones. The Deep Witch. That's a good name. Send out the Impervious Sacks and Mechanical Convents. Good luck, dwarves. Although, actually, I'm going to go into details, and we're going to set that to don't loot other items. Dude, how much money it lost you? Oh, that's funny. I mean, don't most of those events lose the city money? Ah, it's okay, Taylor. I mean, stream's still got like 3-4 hours left. I mean, we're only 10 hours in. God, that feels weird to say. We're only 10 hours into the stream, after all. You'll hopefully be asleep. In 5 hours, I will hopefully be asleep. Tomorrow, by the way, I've been confirmed as a DF News Day, so if the stream starts a little bit late tomorrow, it's because I'm editing. Just early apologies there. God, I'm excited now. Yeah. I get to go to fucking Formula E, man. How am I liking the new schedule? Dense. Hi, Jess. How are you? How was your stream today? You played Crusader Kings, yeah? Mods. Somebody want to shout out Jess? Only 10 hours, yeah. I mean, because there isn't 15 hours between 7 p.m. and noon, I'm still working on the time folding technology to be able to fit more stream time into the day, okay? Be like, just give me a break, okay? Always Crusader Kings? I mean, you are a full-time Crusader Kings streamer after all. But Mist, the furnace operator, has created Stibostimgul, a lead warhammer. A lead warhammer. Is that a good material for Warhammer? I think it might be. You know what's ironic? In this world, We've had a adamantine warhammer, which is the, like, worst possible material for a warhammer. And now we have a lead warhammer. Damn. Kill you in... it would kill the wielder over a long time, Zach. Yes, this is true. This is true. Over a long period of time, it would eventually kill the wielder. Fortunately, dwarves and also all other living creatures in Dwarf Fortress are immune to lead poisoning. So that is not a concern. And you have indeed created an artifact, a lead warhammer. At that. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Cybric Webdoiled. It's worth not very much, all things considered. 16,560. The Primitive Jaws, it is called. This is a lead warhammer. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with lead and encircled with bands of fungi wood and rectangular smorky? Yeah, that's what I said. Smoky quartz cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of fungi wood and menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. On the item is an image of dwarves in limestone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Mothfall by the Halls of Defending of the Crimson Pulley in the early spring of 171. Good luck lifting it, Orange, if you made a hammer out of gold. Now, the question is, chat, do I give this to one of my soldiers? Or do I just put it on a pedestal? Because I do actually have a pedestal I could just put this on. I could just put it down here. I think I'm just going to put it onto the pedestal. It's too cool, I think. Apparently, I have an artifact ring just hanging out in the middle of nowhere. I'm not going to see what kind of damage this thing would do. I don't want to lose it. I'd rather, like, give it to an adventurer in the future. Man, this fucking... What was that? What? Just read this for a second, chat. The Goblin Criminal punches the giant skink in the left front paw with her right hand, bruising the muscle, and the Goblin Criminal says, I got into an argument with Ubal Pink Fluffy Llama. That's exhilarating. Is it now? Pink Fluffy Llama, like they're arguing while beating up this thing. The Mason kicks the giant skink, the Force twists the thing, yabba yabba, and then says, Ubal, I got into an argument with Box Scourge Sword. I'm not angry. Just beating up, they're just tag teaming, beating up a giant skink. I'm like, I'm not mad about this. Well, good for you for not being mad about this. It's just too funny. These memorials, there's going to be so many of them. Besides, I have this weird feeling that my silver warhammers are probably more effective than a lead warhammer. Because lead isn't that dense. It's heavy, but it's not dense. It's a very soft metal. Although I'm not entirely sure how Dwarf Fortress tracks the density of lead. Apparently I don't have any extra anvils. I thought it was density plus weight for hammers and maces. Which is why the best possible material for it is platinum, because it's the densest and the heaviest. It's like gold isn't as dense as platinum. I could be wrong, though. If someone wants to correct my science, please. I'm all ears. I'm always learning. At least when it comes to unimportant things. What material is best for a fucking hammer, but... I should also very much put wheelbarrows on that. Only ever refers to real worlds to weight precise. Lead is dense, high atomic weight, but weak atomic bonds, so it's likely Play-Doh-y. That's what I would assume. I mean, have you ever just... Okay, serious question. Have any of you ever just had a block of lead in your hand before? You can put a thumbprint in it. Because I've held, like, a stick of lead before. You can just go and just bend it. Like, you could just take like a lead bar and just go like that. Lead is very soft. Like, I went to this sciencey thing, that's very descriptive. I went to this event thing when I was younger, which was just, you got to play with a whole bunch of different types of metal and dangerous materials through, like, a glass container holding your hands. Like, I also got to play with a handful of mercury that day. It was a real fun day, actually. But I love that there's just this, like, necromancer just hanging out here. It's fucking weirdo. Anyway, it's not even part of my fort. He's just there. But, like, we got to play with a whole bunch of different materials and, like, things that you wouldn't normally, like, get to play with outside of, like, a controlled environment. So it was, like, a controlled, safe environment to get to play with a lot of interesting materials. Like, I got to take a rock and float it in a puddle of mercury and stuff like that. It was neat. It was a neat day. I can't remember where it was, but it was this thing that my parents took me 2 years ago. And one of the things that we got to play with there was a chunk of lead, which was neat. I mean, you still don't want to, like, you know, put it on your skin. It's like isopropyl alcohol is not gonna kill you, but I wouldn't want to, like, put it on your skin, you know what I mean? All right, another fight. The Crimson Pulley attacked the Deep Witch of the Hate of Praises at Maligned Trails. The Dwarf Studier, Copper Renter, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Zespagus Nightmare Scarlet. The Goblin Zespagus had tactical planning, was superior to the Dwarf, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. All right, purple text means people die, so that's not good. Yellow's fine. Yellow's fine. Blue's better. Yellow's fine. Purple's bad. We lost Meg. Well, rip Meg. We lost Eusteth. Rip Eusteth. We lost Asmil. Well, the only way to learn is to learn by doing. Earl was struck down and by the Goblin Iglissu, Torment rhyming the Water of Nets. And almost Spinwire was imprisoned by them. God damn it. Well, okay. And we're just going to let them train a little bit longer. And that's why I'm not sending my artifact out, because I don't want to lose my artifact in that. Please see the logic in my disappointing decisions, chat room. Speaking of disappointing decisions, I wonder how Stone's doing down in the prison of their own making. Still hasn't deconstructed the wall. God damn, you know, Stone, you... Like, we're gonna have to put him into a different squad and then remove him from that squad. Figure that out. Good to know, Infinity. Thank you. With the worst being cotton candy. I don't think cotton candy has, like, it wouldn't... Cotton candy can't be the least dense thing in existence. There has to be something that's more brittle and less dense than that. Enraptured communing. Well, add you to that squad and then remove you from it. Is there a way to... Let's try this. Set this to #1 priority. Stone really is not interested in doing that. A giant what now? Stoneworker cancels a store item in stockpile interrupted by giant earthworm. I don't even see this thing. Where even is it? Oh, there it is. A W. Let's go stab it. It's a giant earthworm, yeah. I'll bet you those are good eats, actually. Like a pre-made giant sausage. No, more like, sorry, I can't hold a straight face. I'm just saying that. But seriously, I'll bet you a giant earthworm would be good eats. Like stick them on a stick and put them on a campfire. No, this is like more Dune-esque, I would think. Or like a worm the size of a bus. So yeah, more Dune-esque. There's a couple dead goblins down here. You still need to see Dune? You can wait until the second one's out. Man, we should just kill this goblin. This goblin's just over here, like, fighting with all of the giant skinks. They're apparently a goblin criminal pretending to be some sort of lady. I fought all those corpses in such a... all of those goblins in such a dumb spot. But I will say this about Dune. It was okay. It was indeed okay. You know, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing or not, chat. But I don't really start to feel like I've been streaming for a long time until I've been streaming for about 10 and a half to 11 hours. Till then, it's just like, okay, stream day's over. That's like how it feels normally. But like for an 8-hour stream, right? 8 hours is, it's there so quickly, and then the stream's over. But like, I'm at a point with the amount of time that I'm used to streaming that it doesn't start to feel like a long time until I've actually hit like ludicrous levels of stream time. Which I don't think is good. Make some more wheelbarrows. I'm just assuming I don't have any. And summer's arrived on the calendar. Shoutouts to Summer. That sounds pretty unhealthy. I mean, I don't know how obvious it was, but I did stand up for about 2 hours in the middle of this. I also ate breakfast, which was healthy, and lunch. Dinner's pre-made, and I can eat that when I'm ready. So, mint and black tea blend is weird. Yeah, I could have told you that. That's what I thought when I saw your shot of that, by the way. You'll just blend mint with hibiscus. Yeah, don't blend black teas with mint. just don't do that. It's bad. Doesn't end well. If I'm being honest. Was for science? It sounds like pretty faulty science, but we do play Dwarf Fortress, so we're used to faulty science. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that my work schedule is unhealthy necessarily. I think as long as it's mentally healthy and as long as I'm taking care of myself outside of the streams, I think it's fine. Frankly. Chat, what is something silly that you've done for science? Like something you're like, this is going to end poorly, but you did it anyway? Software dev and designer, a lot of things. Forgotten deviled eggs in the fridge in college. Oh no. Pushed commit and thought it would work without making sure it would actually work. Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, this makes sense. As a kid, you stuck your finger in a spinning display thing at a department store. Ow. Played Soul Ash. Oh no, was it that bad? I wish I liked Soul Ash more. I love that game in theory, but man. Ugh. That game literally just needs a sprint button. That's all that it needs. It needs to start you on level 3 and it needs a sprint button. And then that game would be awesome. I forgot about some what's it called? Tofu in my fridge for like 6 weeks, like recently. So I could totally understand how someone forgets about deviled eggs. If I can forget about tofu, I can forget about deviled eggs. The question is, do you forget about the angel eggs? Not even funny. Mindset. Recently worked on a network at the operating of the airport and fucked up all sorts of arms. A lot of flights were delayed that morning. Really? You delayed flights. That's a lot of power that you have. You could literally, like, make hundreds of people late for something. That's one, a shit ton of pressure that I do not envy, and also an amazing power flex if you ever really need it. You wouldn't, yeah, those would have gone straight into the dumpster. Bags that should have gone out at 6 a.m. didn't sort until 8 a.m. and you were shitting your pants. I mean, mentally shitting your pants. Mentally shitting one's pants is quite a common phenomenon, actually. I really need better corpse disposal. Probably down here. You're putting... I like deviled eggs, what? Tried extracting psilocybin using methanol in the form of a fuel additive and tried to make an aqueous solution with a cool pearlescent food dye. Besides increasing your chances of cancer, it didn't work. All right. Well, I mean, I think, chat, I think that Tekken wins. What's something dumb you did for science? I think Tekken wins. I mean, the closest thing I have to that was I tried to make cannabis whipping cream once before I was diabetic. Yeah, it didn't work. Just kind of tasted awful. Not even whipping cream. That could... So I'm thinking the walkway into here is going to be close, like, suspended down here, maybe? Building that might be a little tricky. Pickled cabbage and Marmite? You know, because I don't believe I've ever actually had Marmite, I can't actually imagine what that would even taste like. Chat, should I try Marmite? Like, should I go buy Marmite and try Marmite and, like, report as to what my thoughts on Marmite are? Yes or no? Listen. You know what's a really good sandwich that sounds like it would be really bad? Cheese? No. Okay, noted. No on fire. Cheese, onion, raw onion, red onion specifically, and very thinly sliced apple, and you grill it. So you make like a melt or a panini. You could make it in a panini press or just in a pan, either or. Doesn't matter. Or like toast each half and bake it. That'd also work. But probably my favorite sandwich in existence. In Dwarf Fortress? Garden? I mean, there already is 3. What? It's one of those things that sounds like it's not great, but actually is very great. Another thing that sounds like it wouldn't be good, but is actually very good, is caramel popcorn on ice cream. One of the, like, I'm really stoned and need something with food that likes sugar and bleh all right now. Very tasty. How's Stone doing? Stone, you're an idiot. But it is considered a gameplay mode. There's technically a 4th one, but it's hidden and not really intended as a mode. So, I mean, the ways of interacting with Dwarf Fortress, because there's 3 ways of interact. You generate a world in Dwarf Fortress, and then you have 3 ways of interacting with it. Legends, which is reading. I mean, you're never playing a game in Dwarf Fortress. You're interacting with a world simulation. If you want to get down to technicalities. But you read the history, which is a way of interacting with the world and experiencing the world. You can play adventure mode and play a single character in said world, or you can make a fortress and build a city in the said world. There is one other mode, but it doesn't interact with the world, so I don't actually consider it to be a proper gameplay mode. The other way of playing is arena mode, which you have to activate in the options files outside of the game. But it's basically like pit things against things mode. Which, you know, oddly enough, nobody's really talked about this. But, like, if Tarn sells arena mode as an auto battler, people might actually get into that shit. Because auto battlers are the fucking rage right now. You want a ridiculously deep auto battler with way too many thinks put into it? There is a world where people, like, get weirdly into arena mode after premium comes out. But I don't really consider arena mode to be a main form of play in DF. But yeah, caramel popcorn on vanilla ice cream is quietly one of my favorite desserts. Not that I've had it in years, though. And DeBerries, hello. Evening. What up? When you're very bored to chuck entities, yes. You're not supposed to be able to build diagonally yet. You just built diagonally. Twit. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like if Tarn made the UI like nice and clicky, I was thinking about this the other night. But if Tarn made the UI for arena mode nice and clicky, I do actually think that there's a world where arena mode gets a player base post premium. I do think that is a world that is possible. Like, just imagine some streamers who have no idea what they're doing in DF and have no interest in playing, but just, like, load up arena mode and just, like, let goblins punch each other for a bit and go, and then move on with their life. I think so. Isn't Splatterface, like, a weird modified version of arena mode? Arena mode doesn't normally look that pretty, but yeah, I think that's what he's using. I'm not actually totally sure how Krog Smash sets up Splatterface and makes Splatterface work, but I think it's arena mode. Your favorite sandwich is thin, sliced, real deli roast beef, orgeto, and pepper jack with, you know, okay, so I'm generally vegan, right, Low Garden? And I eat meat maybe every other week. So I don't generally have, like, sandwich meats around. And one thing I'll be completely honest with you about, sandwiches are a lot more fucking fun if you're not vegan. But I already listed off my favorite sandwich. It's grilled, basically like a grilled cheese or like a panini, but with raw onion and very thinly sliced apples on it. That is my favorite sandwich. I've tried real hard to get out of the habit of having cheese in my apartment unless it's on sale. And I also try real hard to keep, especially deli meats, out of my apartment. Those mass-produced meats are not the best for you. It's not the best for the world. So I try hard to avoid stuff like that these days. So unfortunately, my wider sandwich discussions are a little boring. But do I get funky with types of animals? I mean, I would use Granny Smith for that particular sandwich. Granny Smith is my favorite for that particular sandwich. But the only one I wouldn't use for that type of sandwich would be Red Delicious. And that's because Red Delicious is awful and has a tendency to just turn into mush when cooked. Also, it has no flavor, so the thinly sliced just wouldn't work. You need like an apple that has a very tart flavor to make that sandwich work. So something with like a gala apple would probably work. You could go like... what are they called? Crisp? Red Crisp? The really something crisp one. I'm not very good with apple varieties, but those really crispy sweet ones, maybe not so much. You want something that has a very sharp flavor to it. And something that doesn't turn to mush quickly, because those don't hold their shape when cooked or heated up. So if it's one of the apples that's going to fall apart when you heat it up, that's not what you want. You want an apple that will hold its flavor. Yeah, it mellows out the bitterness of the onions and is also like you already have like the cheese and the onions to offset the flavor of the sour. So yeah, this conversation's probably making at least one person really hungry. So I apologize. God damn it. I have hiccups for some reason. Trying to, like, clear them. Human caravan has arrived. The humans would like to trade with us, it seems. I'll just sell them all the crappy clothing that's lying around. You're also theory crafting sandwiches while theory crafting builds. I personally think that theory crafting sandwiches is much more fun than theory crafting builds because you get to eat them after. But then again, I guess you could, like, designing a meal or making a menu is kind of like theory crafting unto its own. Here come the humans to trade. There's so much clothing coming out of here. Yeah, they're just gathering all this stuff out of the bedrooms. You know, probably the correct way to do this is to just knock this down over here. And then just build a walkway across. There. It's probably the correct way to do this. Do that in a mo. After we're done trading. And I think once we're done building that little walkway, ooh, Asto. They've updated my maps. After we're done with that, I think we're going to swap games, chat. Because realistically, we've been playing Dwarf Fortress for about 9.5 hours at this point, with like a 30-minute lunch-ish break in the middle. So I think it's time for us to take a look at something else for the rest of the evening. We have a couple options to what we can play, so I'll let you guys know the options once we finish up. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. That or we could just play records for a few hours. Either really work. Nah, it's too early to play records. Good lord, that's so much random crap. Could do Jupiter Hell, but that wasn't one of the ones I was thinking of. Currently, it's kind of between Pixel Dungeon. I kind of didn't want to list these off until after I was done, but currently it's between Pixel Dungeon, the Fertile Crescent, or... Ooh, Forgotten Beast. The Fertile Crescent, or Quasimorphosis. I really don't like taking suggestions unless it's one that I give you, because I kind of have an idea in my head of what I want to do, and if people give me suggestions, then I feel bad when I say no. So, Forgotten Beast, Gulshib, Atkill, Stipot has come, an enormous humanoid composed of grime and filth, and has a pair of squat antennae, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous sting. It's disgusting. It's gonna sting us with its disgusting. See what I did there? Chat, I need a round of beers for these dwarves about to go to war. But yeah, in future, please don't, like, randomly suggest games that I haven't put forward as an option. So now I literally have to put it forward as an option because you've suggested it. It's not really a game that I'm kind of in the mood to play tonight. Love the game, but, you know, sometimes you're just not down for a certain vibe, you know? I can tell you right now, I'm not really down for the vibe of Jupiter Hell. It's a bit too loud. Maybe once they have the quieter soundtrack in. I have been streaming for 11 hours after all. You see, but now I feel bad, right? Let's just send the military to go kill this thing. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to. It's just composed of crime and filth after all. Uh-oh. I'm going to tell the dwarves to turn around. You might want to run there. You might want to run. Yeah, just 11 hours, you know. All right, Dwarf runs away. Capital H is still heading in the direction. don't you do that. You're composed of grime and filth. You should wash away. Oh, my word. Goblin blood indeed. How did you get so covered in goblin blood? Holy shit! That was fast. Damn! Alright, it's fighting with my Hammer Lord, Manom. Kill the grime! The dwarves are all seem to be piling on top, and it didn't last too long. The Hammer Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her silver warhammer, and the injured part is crushed. Hey, black hole in deep space, how's yous? Sup, man? Damn, that jump. I know, it literally climbed up the side of the wall, Marcos. Hey, Carlo, sup, dude?
Hey, ooh.
Hey, ooh, yourself. Sounded like she, like, stuttered halfway through. What? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the 58th month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Carlo keeping that sub alive literally as long as you possibly could have? Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Still alive. New schedule's a little weird, but working with it. Working with it. The OG club. Yeah, there's dozens of you. Maybe. Not even, actually. There's maybe a dozen of you. All right, so Darren needs to come over here and trade. Yeah, I've never seen a Forgotten Beast just, like, scale the side of a wall like that. Yeah, the new schedule for streaming, Carlo, is I only stream 3 hours a day, but... Or 3 hours. I mean, I only stream 3 days a week, but I stream about 14 hours per day. So, you know, we got a couple hours left. Getting close to the end of the first day, though. I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays now, but I do about 40 hours in those 3 days. It's actually real nice. Having a 3-day weekend is kind of fantastic, I'm not gonna lie. Because then Friday ends up being mostly like podcast recording day. And then after that, it's just kind of I can work if I want or don't if I don't want, which is nice. Are good days, you'll probably be able to catch me more often. Well, I mean, like, I'm on late too, right? Because I stream from like 9 a.m. until like 11 p.m.-ish. So it's a pretty long stint, but it's not all that bad. And to people who are just like, but that's such a long time, the thing that I like to remind people is that the happiest I've ever been was a very brief period of my life where I got to work 10-hour shifts 4 days a week. That's the happiest I've ever been in my life. Was only about 6 weeks that I was able to do that. I'm trying to recreate that feeling. But when I did that, I also had a 2-hour commute, so it was 10-hour shifts, so it ended up being like 14 to 16-hour days, depending on what day of the week it was. And Sundays, which was one of the days, it took me about 5 hours there and back in total worth of transit time. So it's actually not that bad. It sounds a lot more intense than it actually is. Oh no. Game crashed. Trying to think, when was the last save? It's funny, as I was talking earlier today about how this game never crashes. Go figure. The game was winding up on that one. Game heard me talking smack? Yep. Shortly before the humans showed up. Okay, so I missed that Forgotten Beast, basically. All right, that's not bad. Basically, I right before, like, I don't know if you guys remember, but when I basically just sat here for a minute and just, like, designated all of these wall pieces up, we lost about 30 minutes. Isn't that bad. I'll just queue up rebuilding this, and then we'll jump over. That's unfortunate. Yeah, well, no bigs. No bigs, McGee. Sucks, but it is what it is. But yes, literally a game heard me talking smack. Okay, I know exactly where that was. It was right when I queued up the wheelbarrows. It's fine. I can just finish this stuff up over here. I know what I want to do with this now. But how you been? 4-day work weeks are so good. The place that you work has a 4.5-day work week, and it's nice. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, do you just, so you get a half day on the last day? I feel like productivity on that last day would be terrible. I don't know why, but. At least for me, it's like if I had a 4.5-day work week, I think that last day would just be like me just kind of fucking around the whole day. That or it would, like, just fly by, one of the two. Yeah, we'll just let them finish that. And then we'll have to build this. Here come all the dwarfs. Waiting for that orthoclase to be ready to go. And I can build that little walkway. You know what? I think I'm just going to save before the humans show up. They're going to show up soon anyway. But yeah, I think that's it for Dwarfs for the stream today. Stream isn't ending. We're going to be swapping games now. But if you're here specifically for Dwarfs, I recommend going over to the YouTube channel. Oops. There you go. I recommend going over to the YouTube channel and having a look at all of the various Dwarfs videos I have to offer. Till then, we're going to be chilling with something else for the remainder of the evening. And hopefully that crash doesn't happen again. It would suck if it did. I doubt it will, though. It's probably something happened off screen. You're heading to bed. Good night, Darren. Sleep well. But, Chad, if you're sticking around, can I get a round of beers? Let me gotta figure out what we're playing. I'll show you guys what the options are, though. Before I do that, I gotta do something in the background real quick. Gotta go link a VOD in a Reddit thread. People don't get upset with me. I'll see you tomorrow if you're peace now.
Hmm.